Chapter 359. The quasi-life and death quasi-monarch was just a tiny bit away from breaking through and entering the realm of the supreme being of the universe, the peerless divine king. Yao Guangming didn't have any extravagant desires or thoughts aside from the final breakthrough. Even the position of wind god, Overlord, wasn't much to him. As for the favor he owed to the heavenly law race, it could be said that it was his obsession. If he couldn't resolve it, it would affect his state of mind. Yao Guangming absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Thus, he agreed to the Sky Dao race's elders' request and allowed them to make a move in his wind god Overlord auction house, which was one of the few places that Su Ling and Wang Gui's spiritual senses couldn't cover. Grandmaster Wang Gui sighed deeply. He knew that Yao Guangming was no longer the same Yao Guangming who needed their help a few hundred years ago. He had already stepped into the final stage of the quasi-life and death quasi-monarch realm, the greatness of the life boundary. Such a terrifying existence was already a true almighty. It could be said that he had already reached the limit below the divine king. Even though they were alchemy grandmasters, they couldn't control such an existence. As he watched Lu Feng and the Sky Dao Crown Prince battle even more frantically, a strange look flashed across Grandmaster Wang Gui's eyes. He slowly asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" Now, it wasn't Lulu's problem. After all, compared to the existence below, Lulu's matter was no longer a problem. The Sky Dao Crown Prince hid his strength really well. If he hadn't met Emperor Lu Feng this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have revealed his identity and strength. A peak 7th Order Monarch Realm freak. Such an existence can be counted on one's fingers in the entire epic. Coupled with his identity as the Sky Dao Crown Prince, he is really the most respected existence in the universe. Yao Guangming sighed softly as he looked at the Sky Dao Crown Prince, who had the strength of a peak perfect stage monarch. As a peerless existence below the Supremes, he could naturally see that the Sky Dao Crown Prince's true strength was only that of a low-level upheaval martialist. However, a low-level upheaval martialist actually had the strength of a peak perfect stage martialist. There was no doubt that this was surpassing 7 levels and possessing the strength of a peak 7th Order Monarch realm. Grandmaster Void Spirit and Grandmaster Wang Gui both nodded lightly. They had never thought of this before, nor had they ever heard of it. The current crown prince of the heavenly Tao was actually such an invincible monster. He was definitely at the peak of any era. He was completely capable of reaching the divine king's position and was qualified to become the overlord of an epic. The crown prince of the heavenly law wasn't that famous before. In the universe, many people knew him as the Emperor of Slaughter. The Emperor of Massacre was merely in existence at the peak of the 5th step. But who would have thought that he was actually in existence of the King Dao domain? In the universe, all the princes and princes of the various races had countless names. However, according to their description, the strongest among them was only at the peak of the Emperor realm. They seemed to be monsters like the Emperor of Massacre. But now, it seemed like all the major races were hiding something. They were hiding the strength of their younger generation. In the distance, the demonic emperor, who had turned into a long despair, became even crazier. His powerful combat strength was terrifying. When they saw Lu Feng in that state, both the two grandmasters and the quasi-king of life, Yao Guangming felt an indescribable emotion rise in their hearts. I originally thought that the current generation monster of the Lu family, the so-called Emperor Lu Feng, who was comparable to the human kings, was just a facade. Although he was strong, there was definitely a limit to his strength. But I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. This isn't an exaggeration at all. Yao Guangming's eyes flashed. He wanted to see through Lu Feng, but he realized that at this moment, Lu Feng was entangled by fate. Even with his invincible almighty strength, he could only see a little bit of it. Without a doubt, this was frightening. However, this wasn't the most terrifying because a genius like Lu Feng had the protection of an ancient race. It was normal for him to be given a certain amount of treasures. What truly shocked this invincible almighty was Lu Feng's combat strength. He is already at the peak of the Emperor Path domain, and the heavenly Tao Crown Prince has entered the realm of drastic change. His power is enough to shock the heavens. But the Emperor, or Emperor Lu Feng, his true realm, is only at the peak of evolution. But he can actually fight the heavenly Tao Crown Prince to such a crazy extent. He has already come into contact with a forbidden power. If he is given enough combat strength, won't it be very likely that he will truly step into the ultimate Emperor Path domain before he becomes a god? The Emperor Path domain was a true forbidden domain. Once one stepped into it, they would be equivalent to the Divine King. Although it was only for a short period of time, Lu Feng was invincible in this short period of time. He was an invincible existence that could even compete with the true supreme of the universe. The three of them were silent, and shock appeared in their eyes. Yao Guangming understood that although he was at the level of life stage quasi-king, he was invincible under the supremes. However, if he really faced a supreme divine king, then he would be instantly blown apart. Previously, he was able to escape from the divine king with his life only because of the help of others. If it wasn't for him, then he wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, once Lu Feng really entered that domain, he would not be able to do anything. Then he wouldn't be a match at all, because what Lu Feng entered was the battle taboo mythical domain, which was publicly recognized as a mythical taboo domain created for battle. Back then, the human king also entered that domain long after he became a god. And the three supreme overlords, when they were in the virtual king realm, they defeated all their opponents in the king realm. In the end, they broke the taboo domain and were invincible for an era. But he actually came into contact with the taboo domain when he was at the peak of evolution. Doesn't this mean that he might even surpass the human king? The faces of the three peerless figures in the world were extremely distorted at this moment. They seemed to be imagining the scene of Lu Feng entering that domain, the scene of this universe. Not yet a god, but he has the possibility of being on par with the Divine King. At that time, he was simply an existence that couldn't be defeated. How'd he do it? The beginning of a new era must be born from the Battle of the Kings. This should be the first Battle of the Kings. But why did he already touch the taboo domain? Being able to touch the taboo domain meant that he wasn't far from it. And generally, those who had such a state could only do it after countless battles with many peak king realm monsters and endless victories. Therefore, after sensing Lu Feng's taboo aura, the Crown Prince of Tiandao was puzzled, and they were also puzzled. Then, what do you plan to do? This time, regarding Lu Feng, what is your final plan? He was able to clash with the Crown Prince of Tiandao, and he was able to choose to start the Battle of the Kings in advance despite knowing the Crown Prince's strength. All of this must be because of Lulu. After all, Lulu should be his cousin. This time, what is your choice? Silence, endless silence. On one side, there was the Crown Prince of the Tiandao race. On the other side, there was the #1 family in the world, the human king, Lu family. In the eyes of those who didn't know, no matter how powerful the #1 family in the world was, it couldn't be compared to the peak overlords. However, the Lu family was different. The Lu family was the human king Lu family. Even though they had lost their human king, the Lu family was still incomparably feared by all the other races, and it was enough to make the world tremble. Moreover, a few months ago, Lu Feng had produced 2 great heterodox supreme beings. Such combat strength was enough to make any peak overlord race retreat. If this is really the case, then my final choice, Lu Feng. This choice wasn't out of the expectations of the 2 alchemy grandmasters. This was because they understood that although Yao Guangming was indebted to the Tiandao race, compared to the human king Lu family's kindness to Yao Guangming, the difference was too great. Moreover, Yao Guangming was a human. Among the noblest people in the Wind God territory, the first was the Wind God Overlord. The 2 alchemy grandmasters, Su Ling and Wan Gui, couldn't be compared to Wine God Overlord Yao Guangming. Yao Guangming's attitude represented the Wind God territory's attitude. Now, this powerful quasi-king of life realm, an invincible almighty existence, belonged to the human race. It could be said that although the wind god territory wasn't part of the human race, it wasn't much different from a territory belonging to the human race. Let's wait and see. The current battle is no longer something we can participate in. This is a battle between kings, a confrontation between the monstrous geniuses of this era. In short, no matter what, no accident can happen to Lu Feng here. Not even a little bit. Yao Guangming's gaze was firm. He didn't care about Lu Feng. Even if he was destined to become a king in the future, he didn't care. However, because Lu Feng's surname was Lu, he had to care. The two alchemy grandmasters nodded slightly and looked at the two invincible geniuses in the endless outer realm with strange gazes. Lu Feng had transformed into the strongest demonic emperor in the world from despair and returned to the world. Lu Feng's combat strength had once again risen to an unfathomable and unprecedented level. If the great demon didn't die, it would struggle in endless despair and finally break through all obstacles to transform into the terrifying power of the supreme great demon of despair. Its strength didn't lie only in its desperate strike, but also in its invincibility in the endless despair. This was the true power of the great demon, the true supreme power, the power of the great demon that Lu Feng had displayed before was only at the threshold of supreme power. Although it was strong enough to be compared to supreme power, it still wasn't supreme power. At that time, the true power of the great demon was only comparable to the power of the seventh divine king's bloodline of the heavenly Tao crown prince. The only difference was that Lu Feng's great demon was much stronger. Back then, when Lu Feng was completely suppressed by the great limitless heaven, he was already in the true abyss of death. At that time, Lu Feng didn't use any guardian crystals. He completely relied on his own strength and blood to resist the ultimate attack. Finally, in that endless madness, he still succeeded. He had returned from death and returned to the world of living beings. One punch, another punch. Every punch contained the power of the great demon of immortality. It was a taboo power that surpassed the previous taboo. Such a punch could shatter the power of any heaven in the great heavenly Tao secret technique. This was a massacre that shocked the heavenly Tao crown prince to the extreme. It was a terrifying massacre that he couldn't describe. Chapter 360. Faintly, the Tiandao crown prince felt that he had reached his limit. He was shocked to find that he could not suppress Lu Feng with just the strength of a warrior in the upheaval period. They were both at the peak of the 7th level King Dao domain, but he had already surpassed Lu Feng by an entire 8 levels. Logically speaking, if he wanted to defeat him in this state, Lu Feng must enter the true forbidden domain. But why? He was clearly still far away from that domain, but he was already able to unleash such a shocking attack. Shock, fear, confusion, endless complex emotions intertwined. Finally, seemingly seeing that Lu Feng was on the verge of going berserk, the Tiandao crown prince used the supreme divine skill of the great Tiandao secret technique and sent Lu Feng flying far away. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Lu Feng, who was wrapped in the endless demon emperor, and his expression became incomparably solemn and resolute. Emperor, you are really close to the edge of invincibility. In this era, even if you can't become a true emperor, but your name must be passed down eternally. I hate the heavens for allowing me to be born in the same world. In the past, your bloodline ancestor, the greatest existence in history, the human king, his glory is destined to continue on your body. But no matter what, I can't lose. I am destined to be an invincible existence in this era. I am destined to be an overlord of the Emperor's Tao all the way to the forbidden domain. How can I fail? The last attack, I hope you can still resist it. Looking at Lu Feng, who was in a frenzy, the Tiandao crown prince finally decided. Since ordinary supreme divine miracles were no longer able to resist, then he would choose the most extreme, crazy extermination. He had already seen that if he continued, then he might really fail. The price of failure was that he could no longer tolerate it, and continuing to increase his strength was even more unacceptable. Therefore, he wanted to use this most powerful ultimate move to make Lu Feng sink completely. Then, the last attack. I hope that in the future, I will not be lonely on the path of the Emperor. I can still see your figure. Lu Feng would not admit defeat. Even if the Tiandao Crown Prince was now stronger than him, he was still the Emperor, Lu Feng, the Emperor of all kings. How could he fail? How could he admit defeat? Therefore, no matter what, Lu Feng would fight until the last moment. The ancient power of the great demon surged to the extreme. At this moment, the power of the great undying demon began to gather at its densest. Lu Feng knew that the final strike would definitely be the most powerful killing blow that would shake the heavens and earth. What he needed was the most extreme eruption. The great emperor had slowly recovered from the demonization. Emperor's realm. The emperor's realm. The emperor's emperor was emperor's emperors, and therefore, as long as he wanted to, he could return from the endless demonization and become an unparalleled great emperor once again. Crown prince, crown emperor. At this moment, he had already entered the highest realm of this realm. He had already decided to use that supreme attack. That was a supreme secret technique that was considered absolutely taboo even in the great heavenly path secret technique. Emperor used the human king scripture. Everyone says that the human king scripture of the Lu family is the #1 technique in the world. Today, let's see who is more extreme. Supreme technique. Trillion sky buries the heavens. The ultimate technique of the great heavenly path secret technique, the strongest killing power of the supreme technique, trillion sky buries the heavens. At this moment, billions of voids trembled, and endless illusions appeared. In the boundless void of the universe, a shocking scene was born. It was as if billions of time and space had appeared. Endless regions flickered, and billions of skies descended. The strongest supreme technique of the great heavenly path secret technique, trillion sky buries the heavens, has finally appeared again. Looking at the strange scene around them, the expressions of the three sovereigns changed drastically. Trillion sky buries the heavens was too famous. It was one of the strongest supreme techniques in the world. Legend had it that the existence who had condensed this supreme technique was the most ancient, peerless divine king of the Heavenly Path clan, the ancestor of the Heavenly Path, the divine king. In that era, he was also at the peak of the 7th level of the sovereign realm. In that era, he was invincible and had only been defeated once. And the opponent he lost to was the invincible supreme of that era, the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon clan, the great demonic emperor. It could be said that he and the great demonic emperor were the last two invincible monsters in that era. They had triumphed all the way and finally met at the end of the emperor's road. Both of them possessed supreme auras. Both of them had defeated numerous monstrous geniuses in order to reach their current level. The battle prowess of any one of them was much more terrifying than the current Lu Feng. In the final battle, the ancestor of the Heavenly Path, the Divine King, was defeated and lost the chance to become the Overlord of this era. However, he was still in existence that made people tremble in fear. After becoming the Divine King and remaining silent for countless years, he finally faced the Overlord of this era, the great demonic emperor, in an earth-shattering battle. Although he was defeated again, his defeat also severely injured the great demonic emperor. This battle shocked the world. The invincible killing power that had severely injured the great demonic emperor was the most powerful supreme technique of the legendary Great Heavenly Path secret technique. Trillion sky buries the heavens. Now, when they saw the billions of skies in the starry sky and the endless trembling, they once again thought of the Great Heavenly Path secret technique as the most terrifying supreme technique in the legends. Is he trying to kill Lu Feng? The Void Spirit Grandmaster frowned slightly, his expression solemn. He also knew that this kind of power couldn't kill Lu Feng. However, when they really saw this terrifying power take shape, their hearts still trembled. No, if he wants to kill Lu Feng, he only needs to release a sufficiently powerful cultivation base. The Sky Dao Crown Prince's true cultivation base is that of a perfect martialist. Once he releases all his power, no matter how strong Lu Feng is, he won't be a match for the Sky Dao Crown Prince as long as he doesn't enter the Emperor Dao domain. He probably has no choice but to use this last invincible power. No choice but to be shocked. The Void Spirit Grandmaster and Grandmaster Wang Gui were both alchemy grandmasters. Although they had already reached the heavenly master realm, the average virtual king wouldn't be a match for them. However, because of their status as alchemy grandmasters, they had never made a move before. Therefore, the two of them couldn't see anything wrong with their performance. However, the wind god Overlord Yao Guangming was different. His battle experience was extremely rich. He had reached the quasi-life and death quasi-monarch realm by killing his way up step by step. Therefore, he saw through everything with a single glance. He saw through the Sky Dao Crown Prince's helplessness. The Sky Dao Crown Prince has already lost the confidence to win. Even with his current power, he doesn't dare to believe that he can suppress Lu Feng, who is only at the peak evolution stage. Hearing this, the two alchemy grandmasters revealed shocked expressions. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can Lu Feng be so tyrannical and extreme? If they were on the same level, they would believe that Lu Feng could make the Sky Dao Crown Prince feel fear and even defeat him. After all, in the past few months, they had heard countless legends about Lu Feng. Since there was such a legend, it was reasonable for his strength to be terrifying. However, there should be a limit to this level of fear. Lu Feng, shouldn't he also be a monster at the peak of the 7th stage Emperor Dao domain? How can he force the Sky Dao Crown Prince to this extent? The Sky Dao Crown Prince is in existence on the same level as Lu Feng. However, how can he be helpless against Lu Feng? Grandmaster Wang Gui was shocked. He really didn't understand how such a shocking scene could happen. However, the wind god Overlord didn't say anything about his shock, because he knew that he couldn't explain it to Wang Gui and Su Ling, the two alchemy grandmasters. Moreover, there was no need for him to explain it, because in a distant place, the strongest collision finally appeared. Billions of heavens burying the heavens, burying billions of heavens. It was the strongest supreme technique that could severely injure an overlord of an era. In the present era, it was one of the strongest killing techniques. Although the Sky Dao Crown Prince's strength was only at the peak perfection stage, the power he displayed was enough to make even a demigod tremble in fear. In an instant, the millions upon millions of heavens that appeared were shattered. Millions upon millions of heavens buried the heavens, causing millions upon millions of space-time skies to crumble, producing the ultimate power. According to legends, this was an eternal killing power that could even destroy the laws of the universe. In the void, within a radius of 1,000,000 li, everything turned into dust and became nothingness. Within a radius of 1,000,000 li, that was a place that surpassed a second-grade life planet. However, at this moment, under the killing technique of a peak perfection stage expert, such a huge world was completely destroyed. Lu Feng stood in place and didn't move. He allowed the surrounding space-time to collapse, the void of heaven and earth, and the space-time to fluctuate freely. He didn't move. He didn't move at all. Endless demonic power flickered and turned into an eternal ball of light that entered Lu Feng's body. Behind his body, a huge martial Dao incarnation, the sky-piercing Futu that destroyed the heavens and earth and connected eternity to the end, appeared again. At this moment, Lu Feng's aura soared. However, he still didn't move. He still didn't move an inch. When the endless destruction was about to arrive, the ancient great emperor's phantom slowly trembled. It seemed to be undergoing a shocking transformation. Endless immortal and demonic visions, the worship of gods, the devotion of all living beings, and the eternal law of heaven and earth appeared again. Lu Feng's madness completely retreated. At this moment, he seemed to have changed. He no longer had the bloodlust and madness from before. He stood quietly in the universe, allowing his endless visions to protect him, surround him, and bloom for him. The tempering of life and death. I have taken the first step towards eternity. With a gentle step, he crossed the long river of space-time. At this moment, Lu Feng actually walked slowly towards the endless world of destruction. It doesn't matter. I have dominated billions of reincarnations. Even if all living beings go against me, I will still enjoy the glory and splendor of my eternal life. In this life, I will be invincible. In this life, I will be at the peak of all eternity. However, I will be the emperor. Chapter 361. I am the emperor. I am the emperor. The great emperor's phantom finally moved. His eyes slowly opened, seeing through everything, looking down on everything. There was no emotion, but it gave people the majesty of a supreme emperor. At this moment, he gently raised his arm. At this moment, Lu Feng gently raised his arm. I am the emperor. This was one of Lu Feng's 3 great martial skills. But at this moment, it was like the great demon immortal. It was used by Lu Feng in such a special way. They did not release the strongest killing power, but became a kind of hazy blessing, completely superimposing on Lu Feng's body. I am the Supreme Emperor's Qi. This was the strongest emperor's power. The great demon immortal's Qi. This was the strongest great demon immortal's power. The emperor's robe, the endless immortal demon, divine spirit Tao. This was the strongest strange power. The 3 supreme powers were the most powerful killing forces that could make the entire universe tremble in fear. With one power, one would have the ability to become a 6-stage monstrous genius in the King Tao domain and become the king of massacre. And with 2 powers, a 7-stage monstrous genius in the King Tao domain was bound to be conferred the title of king. It was an existence that could determine the final victory of the emperor's road. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao had the power of no caltrops, the power of the yellow springs, and a supreme power that was not considered supreme, the power of the 7 divine kings' bloodline. Therefore, he walked to the peak and became the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, becoming the most glorious existence in this era. But what about Lu Feng? The emperor's power, the great demon immortal's power, the strange power. The 3 supreme powers were truly the pinnacle of supreme powers. He alone possessed 3 types of supreme power. At this moment, the 3 supreme powers were all mobilized by Lu Feng, and he was blessing his body. There was a kind of emptiness in his eyes. No emotion could be seen, but such a pair of eyes was terrifying and made people tremble. Finally, Lu Feng slowly raised his arm. Burn, my bloodline! His bloodline was burning furiously. Lu Feng's blood was the blood of a king. It had already surpassed the limits of this era. It was the bloodline of a true supreme human king. According to the legends, the human king was the most heaven-defying existence of this era. Apart from the immortal devil era, he was the greatest king. The human king was bestowed the title of king. From then on, no one dared to call themselves the human king. I hate the heavens for granting me the emperor's order to live in the same world as the emperor. He was the #1 king since ancient times. This was the human king. This was the bloodline of the greatest king. Lu Feng possessed the bloodline closest to the mortal monarch in the entire history of the Lu family. Therefore, he was born to be supreme, the noblest bloodline in the universe. Therefore, his bloodline was the noblest among all bloodlines. Therefore, the power of his bloodline was truly a supreme power. Therefore, Lu Feng possessed 4 supreme powers. Billions of galaxies. I am eternal. Time and space revolve. I am the emperor. fate and karma. I am the great devil. Everything and everything. I am soul supremacy. Supreme law, soul supremacy. Lu Feng had surpassed his own limits. He had actually unleashed the most powerful supreme law in all of history, under such a realm and with such limitless support. This was incomparable craziness. This was the true craziness in his heart. Soul supremacy finally blossomed on this day. Heaven and earth were in chaos. There was no light. Time and space were shattered. In a trance, billions of dimensions were shattered. Billions of heavens buried billions of heavens. Soul supremacy, fate and karma. Time and space revolve. Billions of galaxies. All must be the emperor. Everything must reign supreme in the galaxies. This moment of collision was indescribable, because they had never seen such an extreme evolution stage martial artist. They had never seen such a will that could shake everything. Slightly raising his arm, Wind God Overlord Yao Guangming's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. He looked at the center of the endless destruction and suddenly smiled. It was an indescribable smile, because he really couldn't describe how he felt at this moment. In his opinion, the strength of an ant like Luo Yunyang was simply not enough to pose any threat to him. However, when he saw the collision, he actually felt a sense of disbelief. This was a sense of crisis, a sense of avoidance by a powerful existence towards extreme danger. This was something that he could not believe. The power of Caltrops, the power of the Yellow Springs, the power of the Great Devil, the power of the Monarch, the power of the Bloodline, and that unknown, strange supreme power. 6 types of supreme strength. There are actually 6 types of supreme strength here. Lin Feng was astonished. There are actually 6 supreme powers. Tiandao Crown Prince, you have one. What a pity. 1. Looking at everything in front of him in a daze, Tiandao Crown Prince felt a trace of sadness in his eyes. 1. Perhaps this is my greatest sorrow. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao could only smile bitterly and helplessly as he looked at the endless void across from him. The only thing he could do was smile bitterly. He had won. There was nothing wrong with that. However, he had failed again. His body was covered in cuts and bruises. He had lost without any complaints. This was because at the very last moment, he finally shattered his cultivation and entered his true peak state. As a perfect martialist, he had the power of a peak 7th Order Monarch Dao domain. This kind of power was something that ordinary peak demigods couldn't compare to. They would be completely suppressed. Therefore, his opponent, Lu Feng, had been completely defeated. However, he was also the loser. It was because he had unleashed his own power. What a miserable victory! A bitter smile, a helpless smile, a sorrowful smile. At this moment, the Tiandao Crown Prince found it hard to describe his feelings. He used to be high-spirited and unbeatable, overlooking billions of peerless geniuses. In the reincarnation era, only the demonic geniuses who eventually became the overlords of the eras could be compared to him. However, when he was full of confidence, he met Lu Feng. A battle of the pinnacle. This was the battle of the pinnacle of the younger generation in the current universe. In any space-time, this was the battle of the pinnacle of the younger generation in this realm. Originally, he had wanted to use Lu Feng's existence to help him achieve the first victory in this battle of the monarchs, so that he could be one step ahead on his future path to Emperor's Tao. Although Lu Feng was very powerful and was known as the pinnacle genius of this era, in his opinion, this was just a boast from the Lu family. Even if Lu Feng was a genius with a peak 7th Order Monarch Dao domain, it was impossible for him to be very powerful, even if he could control 2 kinds of supreme power. Unfortunately, he was wrong, very wrong. In a battle of the same level, he had taken countless advantages and even summoned a 7th Order Monarch Dao clone. However, in the end, he was mercilessly suppressed by Lu Feng, who was at his limit. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. In order to win, in order to have the possibility to continue fighting on the path to Emperor's Tao in the future, he finally listened to Lu Feng's suggestion and released his own power. However, he was still defeated. The Crown Prince of Tiandao knew that in the final collision, he had used the Heaven's Burial of Billions. He was obviously one level higher, but he was still defeated. He was completely defeated, with cuts and bruises all over his body. In fact, my defeat is also reasonable. I'm already strong enough. The power of no caltrops is enough to compare with the supreme power of any pinnacle genius. And my power of the Yellow Spring is one of the strongest supreme powers since ancient times. In addition to the power of my bloodline of the Seven Divine King, this is the existence of a quasi-supreme power. It can be said that there are too few peak 7th-order monarch Dao geniuses who can compare with me. However, I still can't compare with you. Emperor, you are really too terrifying. You are the #1 genius in the world. He sighed deeply and felt completely helpless. The power of the Emperor, the power of bloodline, and the power of the great demon. These 3 supreme powers, any one of them was comparable to the power of the Yellow Spring. They were existences that surpassed the power of no caltrops. As for the strange power that Lu Feng released, it vaguely seemed to surpass these supreme powers. Lu Feng, who had 4 supreme powers, was not someone he could compete with. No wonder, according to the rumors of the human race, you have the possibility to compare with your ancestor, the human king. For supreme powers, indeed, you're almost comparable to the old ancestor and the human king. He turned around and did not take another look. This time he won. Although it was not a glorious victory, he had indeed won. This also meant that he could continue fighting on the path to Emperor's Dao in the future. Emperor, in the future, I will be even stronger. Although you're already invincible in the same realm, but I still want to fight for the Emperor's domain. Although I am not as monstrous as you, I have a cultivation speed that you can't compare with. In the future, in terms of cultivation speed, I will always surpass you. The Tiandao Crown Prince turned around to leave. Since everything had been exposed, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Since he had agreed to the mission, he would complete it. If it had been in the past, he might not have been able to do anything about Lulu. But now that everything had been exposed, it did not matter. It did not matter anymore. However, just as the Tiandao Crown Prince was about to leave, an incomparably large crack appeared in the void. An existence slowly descended from the crack in the void. When he saw the being, the Tiandao Crown Prince lost his usual respect. He only nodded slightly and said, "Old ancestor, you are here." The one who had descended was an old ancestor of the Tiandao clan's ruling branch. This old ancestor had reached the level of the virtual king. This time, he and another old ancestor had revived and come here for Lulu. Now that he had appeared, the Tiandao Crown Prince understood that the two of them would no longer be able to trap Lulu's grandfather, Lu Shaoran of the Lu family. The other old ancestor was probably using his final trump card to restrain Lu Shaoran. He had only come here to help the Tiandao Crown Prince. The Tiandao clan's old ancestor nodded slightly when he heard the Tiandao Crown Prince's words. He looked strangely at the endless world of destruction behind the Tiandao Crown Prince and asked slowly, "Qingyun, what happened?" The Tiandao Crown Prince did not answer. He only shook his head slightly. The Tiandao clan's old ancestor was slightly taken aback when he saw this. He had never seen Wang Chungyun like this before. Although the Tiandao Crown Prince could not be said to be a coward, he was completely respectful and reverent in front of these old ancestors. He had never shown such an expression before. However, when he thought of the Tiandao Crown Prince's status, the old ancestor did not say anything else. He only continued to ask, "Then she must be in your hands, right? You didn't encounter any obstruction from the 2 grandmasters this time, did you?" Although he was no longer in the Wind God Territories auction house. However, the Tiandao clan's ancestor didn't think that the Tiandao Crown Prince would fail. After all, the person he wanted to capture was only an intermediate psychic. The Crown Prince shook his head and looked at the ancestor seriously for the first time. "Forefather, from now on, don't make things difficult for Lulu. I have already promised her that from now on, the Tiandao race will no longer have any designs on her. Chapter 362. In an instant, the Tiandao patriarch was stunned. He stared at the Tiandao crown prince in disbelief. He didn't understand why he would say such a thing. After a long while, a slightly embarrassed expression appeared on his face. As the patriarch of the ruling branch of the Tiandao race's royal family, he had already reached the level of the virtual king. Although the Tiandao crown prince was the massacre emperor, this kind of existence was nothing in his eyes. In terms of status, he was also a disciple of the main branch. Furthermore, he had already reached the great accomplishment level. Although the massacre emperor might be stronger than him in the future, this was still just a possibility. Therefore, although Wang Qingyun was now the Tiandao crown prince, he really wasn't much in the patriarch's eyes. Now, when he sensed the Tiandao crown prince's disregard for his orders, the patriarch was naturally furious. However, when he thought about the fact that this was the outside world and that a collision had just occurred, the Tiandao patriarch suppressed his anger in order to protect the dignity of the ruling branch of the Tiandao race's royal family. He said slowly, "Crown Prince, Lulu is one of the great plans for the future revival of our royal family. Her body contains the bloodline of that family. Furthermore, after that peculiar mutation, her bloodline will have unimaginable benefits for the extreme awakening of our royal family's bloodline. If we have her, we can even nurture a true monarch path freak. She isn't recognized by that family, so there won't be much danger if we bring her back. You should know how terrifying that bloodline is." The Tiandao crown prince had a helpless look on his face when he heard this. That bloodline referred to the human monarch bloodline of the Lu family. How could he not know how terrifying this bloodline was? It should be said that he knew it better than anyone else. The emperor he had just collided with was probably the existence with the strongest bloodline in the history of the human monarch Lu family. He simply didn't have the power to resist such an emperor. It could be said that the Tiandao crown prince knew the tyrannical power of the human monarch Lu family better than anyone else. Seeing the crown prince's expression, the old ancestor thought that the crown prince had gradually realized something. He thought for a moment, and in the end, he continued, "Crown Prince, you must know that the person we've nurtured is a monstrous genius of the Tao of monarchs who possesses a portion of that clan's power. He is a true monstrous genius that has the potential to become the divine king. Monstrous geniuses of the Tao of monarchs. Just one of them was enough to make their name known throughout the entire universe. They were peerless existences that wouldn't even appear in an ordinary era. Even a peak overlord race like the Heavenly Tao race had to rack their brains in order to nurture a rank 6 monstrous genius in the King Tao domain. However, Tiandao Crown Prince remained expressionless. I've said it before, there's no need to continue with Lulu's matters in the future. This is not my request because this is my request." These were incomparably domineering words that were filled with an unquestionable flavor. The two grandmasters and wind god Overlord Yao Guangming, who were hiding in the endless void, had no doubts about the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince's tyranny. This was because they knew that the current Heavenly Tao Crown Prince, who had revealed everything, was no longer the Wang Qingyun of the past. Standing within a rank 7 peak King Tao domain, he was able to look down on all living beings. He was an invincible genius that hadn't appeared in an era. Such an existence would be the noblest in any peak race. This was because as long as they didn't die, they would definitely be able to become the divine king. This meant that they had the qualifications to become the greatest existence in an era, the overlord of an era. Therefore, although they weren't the divine king, their status within their race was definitely comparable to that of the divine king. However, the ruling patriarch clearly didn't know this. "Do you mean that the plan that my ruling patriarch has been working on all this time is going to be delayed because of your promise? Do you mean that your promise is more important than a monstrous genius in the King Tao? Wang Qingyun, you are the crown prince of the Heavenly Tao race. However, Don't forget that the Heavenly Tao race doesn't lack the royal bloodline. Perhaps you're already the Emperor of Massacre. However, as long as our race nurtures you, we can still nurture a few Emperors of Massacre. Therefore, don't think too highly of yourself. The Wu Ling branch's ancestor was enraged after being contradicted in such a manner. If the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince hadn't been selected by the Heavenly Tao race, and if he hadn't been the Emperor of Massacre, this patriarch would have already made a move and completely suppressed this ignorant junior. However, although he couldn't suppress him due to various reasons, he could still punish this lawless junior who didn't know his place. Therefore, his immense prestige began to blossom. He was the virtual king, an almighty existence in the king realm. In his eyes, even deities were like ants. Not to mention the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince, who wasn't even a deity. In the face of such prestige, the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince's face turned pale. However, he didn't move a single step. He just stared coldly at the patriarch. All these years, in order to endure his identity, he had suffered enough. As a crown prince of the Heavenly Tao race, he didn't have any authority. He was just a decoration. This was the case in all the major races and dynasties. However, how could the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince, who had the qualifications to become the overlord of an epic, tolerate this? Especially now, after suffering such a huge blow from Lu Feng, he couldn't bear it anymore. From his bosom, he took out a sharp arrow filled with a cold aura. Just like that, he raised it gently. In an instant, the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's prestige was completely offset. In fact, the aura emitted from the sharp arrow directly hit the Heavenly Tao Patriarch, instantly injuring him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the Heavenly Tao Patriarch turned a blind eye to this. It was as if he wasn't the one who was injured. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the sharp arrow in the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince's hand. This is the condensation of the primogenitor's will. The primogenitor wasn't the Wuling bloodline's primogenitor. Everyone knew who the primogenitor was referring to. It was the Heavenly Tao race's current paragon, the master of the Heavenly Tao. Every paragon of the Heavenly Tao race would be crowned with the title of Master of the Heavenly Tao. This was similar to how the Divine King of the Indra bloodline was known as the Divine King of the Indra bloodline. As for the Master of the Heavenly Tao, his strongest will condensation was his martial Tao avatar. His martial Tao avatar was the existence of this sharp arrow. If it was someone else, they might not be able to recognize it. However, as the virtual king of the Heavenly Tao race, how could he not be familiar with the aura of the Master of the Heavenly Tao? This sharp arrow emitted the aura of the Master of the Heavenly Tao. How is this possible? This is the condensation of the primogenitor's martial Tao avatar. Even the primogenitor would need hundreds of years of refining to condense such power. This is practically the patriarch's martial Tao avatar. Among the races, even the great and invincible almighties aren't qualified to receive such a gift. You're the Emperor of Massacre. How could you be bestowed with such a thing? The Heavenly Tao Patriarch was going crazy. What was happening in front of him was so shocking that he couldn't believe it. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao race sneered at the terrified Heavenly Tao Patriarch. His pale face gradually recovered. At this moment, his aura began to slowly expand. He broke through the elementary perfect stage, intermediate perfect stage, advanced perfect stage, demigod, first level, second level, third level, fourth level. Finally, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao realm's power reached Demigod Realm 4 and stabilized. When the Heavenly Tao Patriarch felt the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao race's might, his eyes flashed with an indescribable shock. Seventh level, peak 7th level Sovereign Realm. You. After saying you 3 times, he couldn't find the words to continue. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao Patriarch understood everything. He finally understood why the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao race was acting out of character this time. He was so confident that he didn't care about anything at all. with the protection of the martial Dao avatar. Even the ancient virtual king of the 5th level or higher wouldn't be able to kill him. Moreover, the crown prince of the heavenly Dao realm had such a status. That's right. Compared to you, a 6th level sovereign realm monster is nothing. A 6th level sovereign realm monster and a peak 7th level sovereign realm monster. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the two, the difference between the two was indescribable. A 6th level sovereign realm monster had the potential to become a supreme being. However, a 7th level sovereign realm monster was destined to become a supreme being. Many 6th level sovereign realm monsters would be born in an era. However, a peak 7th level sovereign realm monster might not even be born in an era. Since ancient times, countless eras had been born. However, only the 6th level sovereign realm monster could leave his name and be remembered by future generations. The reason for all of this was the existence of the Overlord of an era. It could be said that only when an Overlord of an era was born could an era sovereign realm monster leave his name behind. If an Overlord of an era was born, then a peak 7th level sovereign realm monster would be needed. Therefore, although there was only a difference of 1 level between a peak 7th level sovereign realm monster and a 6th level sovereign realm monster, the difference in status was like heaven and earth. Now, the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race no longer hid his identity. Then, his terror would be engraved in the minds of an entire epoch. In the entire heavenly Dao race, perhaps only the master of the heavenly Dao could compare to such an existence. After all, the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race, who had revealed his identity, was destined to become a supreme being. The crown prince of the heavenly Dao race didn't say anything as he looked at the patriarch of the heavenly Dao race. He simply turned around and flew toward the battlefield in the outer region. The crown prince of the heavenly Dao race knew that during the peak of his clash with Lu Feng, his illusory realm had already collapsed and turned into nothingness after being struck by Lu Feng's great demon, Undying. The fact that he and Lu Feng had appeared here was probably because an exceptional powerhouse had transferred space and time and sent them here. Although he didn't know who it was, the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race understood that the person who had done all this was trying to protect him and Lu Feng and conceal their identities. The patriarch of the heavenly Dao race hesitated slightly as he watched the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race leave. In the end, he turned around and followed the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race to the outer region. He knew that the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race, who had revealed his identity, was no longer someone he could compare to. In the entire heavenly Dao race, perhaps only the master of the heavenly Dao race could compare to such an existence. He was only a monarch realm patriarch. Regardless of whether it was status or identity, he was far from being comparable to the crown prince of the heavenly Dao race. Chapter 363. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two, 3 existences slowly walked out from the void. Next to them were the unconscious Lulu and Lu Feng, who were protected by the power of the Guardian Crystal. When Lu Feng had been severely injured and unconscious, Yao Guangming had already saved Lu Feng. The 3 of them were far stronger than the Tiandao race's King Domain Elder. Therefore, their concealment and movements had gone unnoticed. Yao Guangming sighed softly as he watched the Tiandao crown prince disappear. A strange emotion appeared in his heart. From this moment on, the Tiandao crown prince will truly be the Tiandao crown prince. The 2 alchemy grandmasters nodded gently. However, when they looked at Lu Feng, who was protected by the light screen, they had a strange feeling. Then, what about him? The Tiandao crown prince had displayed exceptional power and become the current crown prince of the Tiandao race, a peak race. He was the true crown prince. Then what about Lu Feng? What did this person, who could completely suppress the Tiandao crown prince of the same level, amount to? It seems like the legends are true. The Lu clan has really given him the highest position in the clan. It was rumored that Lu Feng was the young master of the Lu family and had the same authority as the head of the Lu family. This was something that had never happened before. None of the people who heard the rumors were willing to believe them. However, at this moment, they believed them. After all, the potential Lu Feng had displayed was absolutely worthy of such a title. The young master of the Lu family, the Lu family's godslayer, and the Tiandao crown prince. Chaotic times, great times, and prosperous times have arrived. 3 supreme emperors who had surpassed the Emperor of Slaughter had been born. The future is destined to be incomparably brilliant and glorious. Crown Prince, I can sense a boundless aura of destruction in that space-time. This aura seems to be the Tiandao race's patriarch had already abandoned his former arrogance. He already understood that the heavenly Dao crown prince beside him would be the true crown prince of the heavenly Dao clan. He would be the strongest and most terrifying crown prince in history. He would be comparable to the greatest primogenitor of the heavenly law race in the past, an invincible monster that could compete with the great demonic Sky Emperor. Because of this, the ancestor was willing to treat the crown prince with respect. This was a great existence who would definitely become the heavenly Dao Lord in the future and even the Overlord of this epic. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Crown Prince Tiandao paused in his steps. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Ancestor, you're right. That is indeed the power of my heavenly Dao's strongest ultimate technique, the great heavenly Dao secret technique. Due to the uniqueness of the heavenly Dao clan, the secret technique they used also had a unique energy fluctuation. This patriarch of the Tiandao clan was a direct descendant of the Wuling bloodline. He was also a top genius back then. Naturally, he had also cultivated the great heavenly path secret technique. Therefore, it was normal for him to be able to sense the existence of the power within it. Seeing Crown Prince Tiandao admit it, a strange emotion flashed across the patriarch's eyes. Naturally, he knew that Crown Prince Tiandao was not an idiot. To be able to make Crown Prince Tiandao, a rank 7 peak genius of the King Path, use the ultimate combat power of the great heavenly path secret technique, his opponent must be extremely terrifying. He knew about Lulu. She was only an intermediate psyche master. Naturally, it was impossible for Crown Prince Tiandao to fight against her. Therefore, it was highly likely that Tiandao had encountered a peerless enemy. For a moment, the patriarch of the heavenly Dao clan became slightly nervous. Now that he knew Crown Prince Tiandao's identity, he attached great importance to this future hope of the heavenly Dao clan. Naturally, he would not allow any accidents to happen to this great existence who was destined to be the divine king and who was going to compete for the position of overlord of this epic. Could it be that someone knows about the crown prince's identity? This was the only possibility he could think of. After all, if Crown Prince Tiandao used the great heavenly path secret technique, it meant that Crown Prince Tiandao had already entered the rank 7 peak realm of the King Path. As long as the other party was not an idiot, they would definitely understand what this meant. Crown Prince Tiandao hesitated for a moment when he saw how nervous the virtual king patriarch was. Finally, he nodded. Instantly, a cold light flashed in the patriarch of the heavenly Dao clan. Crown Prince, is he dead? If not, I will return this time and kill him completely. No matter what his identity is, don't worry. Don't worry. No one will discover my identity if I make a move. If necessary, I will self-destruct. No one will suspect the heavenly Dao clan. This was a great sacrifice. For the sake of the clan, any clan member would be willing to die. The patriarch of the heavenly Dao clan was no exception. Naturally, he knew what would happen if Crown Prince Tiandao's identity was exposed. Previously, Lu Feng was rumored to be comparable to a human king. This also meant that he had the power of a rank 7 peak realm of the King Path. After this news spread, even the Divine King had taken action. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and extreme a rank 7 peak realm of the King Path was. Therefore, if people really found out that Crown Prince Tiandao was as monstrous as Lu Feng, it would be terrifying. Crown Prince Tiandao would have to be extremely careful in the future. For the sake of the clan's future, The patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan naturally would not allow such a situation to happen. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill. He did not even hesitate to sacrifice himself. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Tiandao could only smile helplessly at his thoughts. Patriarch, this matter is no longer something you can participate in. Previously, I did clash with someone. That person's strength was only at the peak of the evolution period. Hearing the opponent's level, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan relaxed. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao represented the highest level of combat strength. Even if a human king was reborn, it was absolutely impossible for a peak evolution period crown prince Tiandao to defeat a perfect stage crown prince Tiandao. However, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan was puzzled. This was because Crown Prince Tiandao had used the power of the great heavenly Tao secret technique. One had to know that using the power of the great heavenly Tao secret technique meant that Crown Prince Tiandao had already unleashed his full strength. However, his opponent was merely a peak evolution period Crown Prince Tiandao. Did he really need to unleash his full strength to deal with such an opponent? This was impossible. Crown Prince Tiandao sighed softly. My opponent is a peak evolution stage ancient martial art practitioner. As for me, in order to be able to fight with him, I suppress myself to the peak evolution stage. It is also because of this reason that I use the power of the great heavenly path secret technique. At this moment, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan was slightly stunned. A moment later, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Crown Prince Tiandao with disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? If Crown Prince Tiandao had to suppress his cultivation to fight, it meant that that person was qualified to make Crown Prince Tiandao take action. This meant that Crown Prince Tiandao's opponent was at least a sixth-stage monstrous existence in the King Tao domain. Moreover, at the last moment, Crown Prince Tiandao had even used the power of the great heavenly Tao secret technique. This meant that the Crown Prince of the heavenly Tao's opponent was an existence comparable to him. This was a peak evolution period Crown Prince Tiandao's monstrous existence that was comparable to Crown Prince Tiandao's peak evolution period Crown Prince Tiandao. Such a monstrous existence also meant that Crown Prince Tiandao's gaze was strange. He turned slightly and looked in the direction of Wind God City. His tone was unusually deep. That's right. He is also a peak 7th-stage monstrous existence in the King Tao domain. Taking a deep breath, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan found it hard to believe. A peak 7th-stage monstrous existence in the King Tao domain was practically an existence that had not appeared in countless eras. It was even possible that an entire era might not even have one. But now, other than Crown Prince Tiandao, there was actually another one. Moreover, this person actually met Crown Prince Tiandao and even fought against him. This is a little too hard to believe. You should know his name as well. After all, during this period of time, his reputation has been very big. After a moment of silence, the patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan woke up from his shock. His eyes shone brightly. In just an instant, he thought of something, because there was only one person who met this condition. It's the Emperor, Lu Feng. Crown Prince Tiandao nodded slightly and then shook his head. To be precise, it's the Emperor Lu Feng. This time, because of Lu, we have collided in advance. It is also because of us that the most glorious battle of this era, the War of the Kings, has officially begun. The patriarch of the heavenly Tao clan naturally knew what the War of the Kings represented. It was the prelude to the true chaotic era. It was the precursor to the birth of a true Overlord. The War of the Kings was the most tragic supreme battle of this era that all monstrous geniuses had to participate in. They could participate in it. They had to participate in it. It was the most glorious, most magnificent, and most tragic battle of this era. It could be said that in the face of such a battle, even the Divine King would pale in comparison. Although the existences that participated in the War of the Kings were currently very weak. However, they were all destined to become invincible in the future. They were all existences that were destined to become supreme existences, or even supreme existences like the Divine King. Moreover, among these supreme monarchs, there was destined to be an ultimate monarch in the Emperor Dao domain. In other words, there was destined to be an overlord of this era. Therefore, in front of this war of the kings, even supreme existences like the Divine King would pale in comparison. The heavenly Tao Patriarch could never have imagined that the War of the Kings, which was enough to shake the entire universe, would actually begin and pass just like that. Then, the Crown Prince must have one. When he arrived, only the heavenly Tao Crown Prince was present. This proved that the heavenly Tao Crown Prince had won. However, when he heard this, a trace of helplessness appeared on the heavenly Tao Crown Prince's face. I have won. However, I have failed. The heavenly Tao Patriarch looked at the heavenly Tao Crown Prince in confusion. The Tian Tao Crown Prince let out a deep sigh as he looked at the distant Divine Wind City with a strange expression. Although I won in the end. Strictly speaking, I was the loser in the battle against the Emperor. In a battle of the same level, he could have completely suppressed me. Chapter 364. Gradually, Lu Feng finally woke up from his endless coma. The previous battle had caused him too much damage. At the last moment, he had used too many forbidden secret techniques. It could be said that Lu Feng had used all the powers that he could. This time, Lu Feng had really reached his peak and unleashed the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed. The power of the Great Devil, the power of the Monarch, the power of the Bloodline, and the power of the Strange. The four supreme powers, any one of them was not inferior to the Sky Tao Crown Prince's power of the Yellow Springs. Lu Feng had unleashed all four supreme powers at once. If not for the existence of the Great Devil True Body, Lu Feng, who had relied on these four supreme powers to unleash the supreme technique, would have been completely destroyed long ago. Of course, even with the Great Devil True Body and the frightening physical strength, Lu Feng still felt that his body was seriously injured. After all, he had unleashed the supreme technique, and under such circumstances that could be said to have surpassed all limits. The backlash he had suffered was still too great. Feeling everything in his body, Lu Feng smiled helplessly. After struggling for a moment, he finally sat up with difficulty. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Lu Feng rubbed his head slightly. He began to recall everything that had happened before. It seems that at the last moment, I had used the supreme technique. After unleashing the four supreme powers, I had completely fainted at the most glorious moment of the collision. Fortunately, I had taken out the Guardian Crystal before unleashing the final attack. Otherwise, this time, I would have definitely been destroyed. If that kind of collision and destruction had happened when he had lost consciousness, Lu Feng would have really died. After all, although his body was now very strong and had reached the level of 7 times amplification, he had not entered the realm of deification. This should be the Alchemist Guild Hall. After sizing it up for a long time, Lu Feng finally saw it clearly. The architectural style of this place, other than the Alchemist Guild Hall, could not be found anywhere else. After pondering for a while, Lu Feng had more or less figured it out. It should be because of the previous battle when I transformed into the demonic emperor and used all my strength to shatter the illusory world. The two grandmasters felt the explosion of power, so they saw the battle between me and the crown prince of the heavens. They should be the ones who saved me. Lu Feng still remembered that the final battlefield was in the endless void of the universe. The place he destroyed should also be in the void of the universe. If he hadn't been rescued, he would still be drifting in the universe. I just don't know how Lulu is. A trace of worry flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This was because Lu Feng remembered. He remembered that at the final moment, when he had fallen into the abyss of despair, the Crown Prince of the Heavens had said that he would guarantee Lulu's safety. The Heaven Tao Crown Prince had demonstrated his power. He was a freak at the peak of the 7th step in the Tao of Monarchs. In this era, in this epoch, and in all epochs, he was a freak who stood at the peak. The words spoken by such an existence would never be easily revoked. He would definitely do his best to complete it. Moreover, Lu Feng also knew that although the Crown Prince of the Heavens had lost to him in the same realm, the Crown Prince of the Heavens' true power was not damaged in the slightest. Now that his true identity was exposed, he would become the true Crown Prince of the Heavens race. He was a supreme existence that no one dared to refute. Therefore, since he said that he wouldn't find trouble with Lulu, it must be like this. Feeling the soreness in his body, Lu Feng felt a little helpless, but also a little excited. Lu Feng understood that this state would not disappear in a short time. After all, the aftereffects of the supreme technique were still too great. Moreover, this time, he had used it at his limit. It could be said that the use of such power had exceeded the burden of his body. In addition to the limit of the supreme technique, it would be impossible for him to recover in a short time. However, Lu Feng was incomparably excited. This was because he had already felt it. My cultivation level has finally reached the true Great Circle. Previously, in a massacre abyss, I relied on countless life and death experiences to finally draw in the chi of life and death, accumulating my power to the peak. If it was a breakthrough of a small realm, it would be enough. However, what I'm about to break through is a true great realm. It is the true transformation from the golden body great demon to the purple gold great demon. Therefore, just those life and death experiences are not enough for me to successfully break through. Only in a true battle can I reach the realm of perfection. This time, if not for the bloody battle with the Crown Prince of the Heavens, I am afraid that it would be very, very difficult for me to reach the realm of perfection. With a slight smile, Lu Feng finally got up from the bed. He didn't like to sit here and wait passively. However, just as Lu Feng was about to get out of bed, the simple and unadorned door was pushed open. Fu! Futu big brother, you are awake. Seeing that Lu Feng was awake, Lulu's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. Today, it has been a full 3 days since Lu Feng fell into a coma. After the previous battle, Lulu was brought here by the 2 great alchemy masters. However, Lulu was knocked out by the powerful power, so she woke up not long after returning. After she woke up, she told everyone everything. After hearing what happened, the 2 great alchemy masters were speechless. After that, they arranged for Lu Feng to stay in a room. For the aftereffects of the supreme technique, these people didn't have much to do. After all, this was a kind of extreme burning of power. Unless it was the legendary supreme immortal pill of the immortal devil era, there was probably no way to recover. In the 2 alchemy masters' senses, Lu Feng would have to wait at least 7 days before waking up. However, Lulu seemed to be worried about Lu Feng. After waking up, she often ran to Lu Feng's side. Therefore, not long after Lu Feng woke up, he saw Lulu. Lu Feng could feel Lulu's emotions. Lu Feng's heart was filled with endless pity for this cousin of his. He knew that although Lulu's current state was mainly because of the Tian Dao clan, if the Lu family hadn't been so ruthless, Lulu wouldn't have suffered so much. Therefore, as someone with the bloodline of the Lu family, he also had a responsibility. Smiling, he reached out and gently patted Lulu's head. Lu Feng said, "Lulu, remember, in the future, call me cousin. Call me cousin Lu Feng. Got it?" Hearing this, Lulu didn't reply. She only lowered her head. After a long time, she finally raised her head and looked at Lu Feng. "But grandfather said that I'm not a member of the Lu family. Lulu is not a member of the Lu clan. Before the Lu clan recognizes her, Lulu cannot become a member of the Lu clan." Lulu is already 16 years old. After experiencing so much, she naturally knew a lot more than others. She knew that the Lu family was the #1 family in the world. It was very difficult to be recognized by the Lu family. Back then, her grandfather, with his amazing aptitude, had also been expelled because he had violated the rules of the Lu family. She was just a useless mixed-blood psychic. In the Lu family, there were too many people like her. She didn't have the qualifications to be recognized by the Lu family. Lu Feng shook his head gently. However, His gaze was fixed on a figure slowly walking in behind Lulu. If I say that Lulu is my cousin, then Lulu is my cousin. Do you believe it? Third Grandpa. It was an extremely young figure. Based on his appearance alone, he wasn't much older than Lu Feng. However, if one looked at his eyes, one wouldn't think so. His eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes of life. Such a pair of eyes would cause anyone who saw it to feel endless heartache. When he heard Lu Feng's greeting, the figure moved slightly. However, he soon calmed down completely. He looked at Lu Feng without saying anything. However, there was an extremely excited look in his eyes. After a long time, when this excitement slowly receded, he finally let out a slow sigh. And from this sigh, what Lu Feng heard was a strange kind of desolation, a strange kind of vicissitudes of life. You call me Third Grandpa. Are you willing to admit that I am your third grandpa? At this moment, Lulu had already left Lu Feng's side and stood by the young man's side. Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He smiled and nodded firmly. You're my third grandpa. You are my third grandpa, Lu Xiaoran. This was something that no one could erase or change. Just like Lulu, who is my cousin, the blood of the Lu family flows in her body. Even a divine king would not be able to change all of this. There was a hint of gratification in his eyes. You're Lu Feng, right? I heard from Senior Su Ling that since you call me third grandpa, I will call you Xiao Feng. Lu Feng nodded gently. He could already feel the aura of a bloodline connection from the body in front of him. Although this feeling wasn't very strong, it was real. Lu Feng understood that this young figure was definitely his third grandpa. He was the peerless genius of the Lu family 100 years ago, the emperor of killing, Lu Xiaoran. Xiao Feng, you should understand the mistake your third grandpa made. This was a family rule. It was a helpless decision. Although your third grandpa has been expelled from the Lu family, your third grandpa doesn't hate the family. Lu Feng was speechless. He could sense the rich emotions in Lu Xiaoran's voice. There was longing, yearning, excitement, and sorrow. However, there was no resentment among all of this. As a cultivator who had entered the Tao, Lu Feng could absolutely tell that Lu Xiaoran didn't hate the Lu family at all. However, your third grandpa doesn't regret it. If he had to go through this again, he would still make the same choice. Lu Xiaoran's eyes were filled with determination. Lu Xiaoran had never regretted his decision. His love for Lu Xiaoran had never wavered in the slightest. However, when he shifted his gaze to Lulu, a trace of pity and guilt appeared in his eyes. But all of this is too unfair to Lulu. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Indeed, all of this was really unfair to Lulu. She should have been a happy and carefree little princess. However, she had gone through so much and endured so much pain that didn't belong to her. This was really unfair. Lu Xiaoran looked at Lu Feng with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Xiao Feng, I know you're a direct descendant of the Lu family. Your third grandpa doesn't ask for anything else. I just hope that you can bring Lulu back to the Lu family. Your third grandpa doesn't expect the family to accept Lulu. However, I hope that you can help Lulu find a peaceful and safe environment where she can grow up happily and forget those sorrowful things. Lu Xiaoran already understood that as long as Lulu was still in the foreign battlefield, there would be no safety to speak of. Even if she became the disciple of a void spirit grandmaster, the result would still be the same. Therefore, when he saw Lu Feng, he finally grasped a glimmer of hope. He could sense that Lu Feng was a direct descendant of the Lu family. This was the feeling between people of the same bloodline. Therefore, he hoped that Lu Feng would take Lulu away for his sake and send her back to the Lu family so that she could grow up without any worries in the future. When he heard this, Lu Feng hesitated and fell silent. He didn't answer, but Lulu, who was beside Lu Xiaoran, spoke up anxiously. Grandpa, Lulu doesn't want to leave you. Lulu wants to stay here with you and Master. Lulu really doesn't want to leave. Chapter 365. Although Lu Feng was her cousin and Lulu liked to be with him, Lu Feng was still a little lacking compared to her grandfather and master. Lu Xiaoran did not say anything. He just smiled and stroked Lulu's head. His eyes were filled with doting love. If Lu Feng agreed, he would let Lulu leave no matter what, as this place was really too dangerous. It had been more than 50 years since he had left the Lu family. During these 50 years, Lu Xiaoran had deeply understood the meaning of being a peak Overlord race. This meant that even in the weakest places of those races, there were still terrifying existences that had endless influence. Their power was frightening and irresistible. If one wanted to fight against a pinnacle race, then in the universe, only the ultimate existence that transcended everything could do. Only the supreme godly king could do it. Even the quasi-life and death quasi-monarch would not be enough. Lu Feng smiled when he saw the expectant look on Lu Xiaoran's face and Lulu's sorrowful expression. He gently shook his head. His expression was one of calmness. Lu Xiaoran's eyes dimmed slightly when he saw this. Xiaofeng, this is your third grandfather's wish. Since it's not possible, I won't blame you. Lu Xiaoran was Lu Feng's grandfather and a direct descendant of the Lu family, so he understood the authority of the direct line of descent. Naturally, he also understood how difficult his request was. If Lulu didn't have such an identity, she would just be a simple alien. Or, if she was a direct descendant, Lu Feng could easily bring her to live on Human King Planet. However, Lulu was different. Her identity involved too many things. She was considered an abandoned descendant of the Lu family. How could such a person be accepted by the Lu family? Lu Feng shook his head when he saw Lu Xiaoran's disappointed expression. In the end, he looked at Lu Xiaoran calmly and said slowly, "Third grandfather, if you want the Lu family to acknowledge your identity, what conditions do you have to meet?" Lu Xiaoran glanced at Lu Feng helplessly. Returning to the Lu family is too difficult. Although I am a genius, once the Lu family's direct line of descent awakens, any outstanding person will become a genius. The Lu family does not lack people like me. If I want the family to acknowledge me again, I need the family head and the elders to do so. He did not say anything else, as the difficulty of this task was already very clear. Getting the family head and the elders to acknowledge him would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. The patriarch of the Lu clan had a status that was so noble that it was boundless. He was the most respected existence in the world, second only to the Divine King. The Lu family's family head was comparable to the emperors, kings, chiefs, and other peak existences of the various dominant races. Even the current president of the human race was only on par with the Lu family's family head. It was obvious how powerful the Lu family's family head was. Back then, he was the one who had decided to expel Lu Xiaoran. Therefore, it would be even more difficult to change his mind and accept Lu Xiaoran again. The elders, on the other hand, were slightly easier to deal with. After all, once the family head made a decision, the elders rarely objected to it. Even if they objected, the minority had to obey the majority. Lu Feng analyzed for a while, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and looked at Lu Xiaoran quietly as he spoke in an unusually solemn tone. "Third grandfather, you have been away from the Lu family for too long, so let's go home." Lu Xiaoran stared at Lu Feng in a daze. His mind was buzzing. His rationality told him that this was just a casual remark. After all, the person standing in front of him was not the Lu family's family head, but a direct descendant of the Lu family. However, when he heard the words, "let's go home," his heart couldn't help but tremble. Lu Xiaoran was overflowing with talent and talent. He was also an unparalleled genius of his generation. When he left the Lu family, he had already reached the level of a true god. After going through countless trials and tribulations over the years, he had already stepped into the level of a King Realm Almighty. However, when this King Realm Almighty heard Lu Feng say, "let's go home," he couldn't help but feel emotional. His eyes actually became moist. "Let's go home. I want to go home too." Her arms trembled slightly. A sorrowful expression appeared on Lulu's face. She had been with Lu Xiaoran since she was a child, so she knew how much Lu Xiaoran loved the Lu family. It was a blood relationship that couldn't be severed. "Grandfather, there will always be a chance. There will definitely be a chance. If he wanted a chance, the simplest way was to make a huge contribution to the Liu family. Given the current strength and influence of the human king Liu family, he would be of no help at all. The other way was to become strong enough. Perhaps this path was where his hope lay. It was also one of Liu Xiaoran's final goals in this life. One day, I will become so strong that the Liu family will acknowledge me. I will become so strong that the Liu family will be willing to accept me again." Liu Feng nodded gently. If Liu Xiaoran was really strong enough, then perhaps the Liu family would make an exception and allow him to return. However, this was really very difficult. The strength that the Liu family had displayed was enough to make billions of other races tremble in fear. What it was hiding made people suspicious and fearful. Therefore, if he wanted to rely on his strength to make the Liu family acknowledge him, it would be really, really difficult. However, Liu Feng wouldn't say this out loud. There was no need to. Liu Feng glanced at Liu Xiaoran with a relaxed smile and said slowly, "Third grandfather, you should go home." Liu Feng said this again. This time, he said it so solemnly that it made people unconsciously want to believe him. Liu Xiaoran, who had already calmed down from his excitement, looked at Liu Feng in confusion. Without hesitation, Liu Feng said, "Third grandfather, you might not know this. I am the current young master of the Liu family." A sharp glint flashed across Liu Xiaoran's eyes. Young master? What a respectable title. The title of young master of the Liu family wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. Since the current young master of the Liu family, there had only been two young masters. That would be the former young master Liu Tao and this Liu Feng in front of him. "I am a young master. The Godslayer is the eldest young master. The Godslayer Liu Tao is my father." Liu Feng ignored Liu Xiaoran's shocked expression and continued, "Third grandfather, perhaps you have been hiding for too long and don't know of my existence. I am Liu Feng, the young master of the Liu family. However, my authority is equivalent to that of the Liu family's young master." Liu Feng's words were full of confidence. Now that he had broken into the 7th level peak of the sovereign realm, with such combat strength and such monstrous talent, even the Liu clan would have to take him seriously. Moreover, with the supreme bloodline of the Liu family, it could be said that Liu Feng had already mastered the 4 supreme powers. Mastering 2 could make him a supreme king, an existence at the peak of the 7th stage of the sovereign realm. As for someone like Liu Feng, who had mastered 4 types of supreme powers, he had almost reached the peak of the sovereign realm. He had already pulled away from those monstrous geniuses at the peak of the 7th stage of the sovereign realm. Third grandfather, it's not that I, Liu Feng, am arrogant. It's because I have the right to be arrogant. I can tell you, there are billions of young geniuses in the universe. I, Liu Feng, am the strongest supreme king. I, Liu Feng, am the king. Among those of the same level, no matter if they are at the 6th or 7th stage of the sovereign realm, they all have to bow down to me. They will all be defeated by me, Liu Feng. I, Liu Feng, am invincible among those of the same level. His voice seemed calm, but it carried Liu Feng's invincible aura. Hearing this, an indescribable aura suddenly appeared on Liu Xiaoran's body. It was a kind of aura that penetrated deep into people's hearts. It made people tremble, and it was an indescribable sense of majesty. That was the majesty of a king. Under the majesty of a king, any head would have to submit and tremble. But this was nothing to Liu Fenglai. He was a person who had entered the Tao, and he was not afraid of anything. He had the strongest sovereign realm bloodline, and he was not afraid of anything. He had the supreme great demon, and he was not afraid of anything. He was the king, Liu Feng, and he was even less afraid of anything. Therefore, in the face of this terrifying will, Liu Feng quietly stood there. His eyes were unusually bright, but he did not take a single step back from start to finish. He had always been in the same place, and he never moved. Looking at Liu Feng, Liu Xiaoran gradually smiled and laughed loudly. Liu Xiaoran laughed crazily, sadly, helplessly, happily, and excitedly. Gradually, Lu Feng saw it. He saw tears slowly flowing down Lu Xiaoran's cheeks. Good, good, good. This is great, really, really great. He never thought that Lu Feng would be a monstrous sovereign realm genius. A peak 7th-stage monstrous sovereign realm genius. The 7th stage symbolized the Divine King. In the past, Lu Tao had dominated the world, and in the final battle, he finally broke the shackles and comprehended the god-slaying power. Relying on the god-slaying power and the power of his bloodline, these two supreme powers, he entered the peak 7th stage of the sovereign realm. But his path to becoming the Divine King had been broken in the end. He still had the chance to enter the Divine King's domain, but he had already lost the chance to do so. But the young man in front of him was different. He was a true, monstrous, sovereign realm genius. As long as he didn't die, he would become the supreme Divine King and glory of a universe in the future. The Lu family couldn't let the situation of the past happen again. They absolutely wouldn't let Lu Feng fall into the same situation as Lu Tao. Although the Lu family's combat strength was unparalleled, and they had the strength and foundation of any peak Overlord race, the Divine King had never been born in the Lu family. This was absolutely unacceptable to the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Feng, who would definitely be able to step into the Divine King's domain, would have an unparalleled status in the Lu family. Lu Xiaoran understood that not only would Lu Feng have the same authority as the head of the Lu family, but he would also have the supreme authority to command the elders when he matured. He would become the most special person in the Lu family. In the future, when Lu Feng became the supreme Divine King, he would be the first person in the history of the Lu family, excluding the human monarchs. If Lu Feng asked him to go home, then all of this would mean nothing. Chapter 366. Tears rolled down his cheeks. A mighty figure in the king realm was crying like a child. How ironic was that? However, when Lu Feng saw this, he did not have any intention of mocking him. All he felt was a strong bitterness and a faint sense of desolation. After a long time, when his tears gradually dried up, Lu Xiaoran finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Feng quietly, his eyes filled with endless emotions. Lu Xiaoran had never thought that he would one day return to the Lu family. He had looked forward to the day when he was strong enough to return. However, he also understood that that day was too far away, so far that it was almost impossible to achieve. But things were different now, because he knew that his dream, one of the dreams he had pursued in this life, had finally come true. This made him forget everything, and he even began to cry like a child. Lu Xiaoran, who had returned to normal, looked at Lu Feng with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "Xiaofeng, third grandfather is really grateful to you this time." Lu Feng smiled and shook his head gently. He knew that this was the Lu family's mistake. There was really no need to thank them. However, Xiaofeng, third grandfather cannot leave this time. Your third madam, she's currently in a special situation. Third grandfather's original body is still protecting her. Therefore, third grandfather cannot leave. However, it won't be long before she recovers. At that time, third grandfather will return to the Lu family and go home. When he said the words "go home," Lu Xiaoran's eyes flashed with a strange excitement. However, this expression only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Lu Feng did not know what was going on, but since Lu Xiaoran had said so, he could not force it. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng said, "Third grandfather, let Lulu stay by your side for the time being. She should not be in any danger. After my battle with the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, he promised me that he would not cause trouble for Lulu. I think that with his status, since he has already spoken, there shouldn't be anything else." Lu Xiaoran had a strange look on his face, but a moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He nodded gently. "I didn't expect Chang Yun to be such an epic-level genius. The battle between you and him should have started a battle between kings, right?" Since that was the case, his identity was completely exposed. Other than the master of the heavenly law, very few people in the Heavenly Law clan can compare to him. He agreed. Lulu should not be in any danger. Lulu's biggest threat was the Tiandao race. Since the Tiandao race had already agreed, there wouldn't be any more danger. Seeing how silent Lu Feng was, Lu Xiaoran seemed to have thought of something. He asked, Xiaofeng, are you not planning to go back? Lu Feng nodded gently. Now that he had reached the most perfect state, he only needed one more battle of life and death, and one more extreme clash. Then he would be able to shatter everything and enter a new realm. When he entered the purple-gold Great Demon Realm, he would be even crazier and more extreme. Although he might not be able to shatter everything and enter the forbidden realm of the Emperor's realm, he was confident that in the battle between kings, he would be truly invincible against opponents of the same level. The four supreme powers, in addition to his incomparably terrifying physical body and martial Dao incarnation. Even without the human king scripture, Lu Feng would still be invincible against everyone of the same level. Third Grandpa, I came here for some special reasons. However, since I'm here, I won't go back so easily. I can feel that the Outland battlefield is the most suitable place for me. Here, I can accept life and death experiences, and I can meet true extreme opponents. I've wasted far too much time in the past. Compared to them, I might be invincible against those of the same level, or even those of a higher level. I might be able to fight or even suppress them. However, what about beyond that? For example, the Tiandao Crown Prince, Wang Qingyun, his true strength is that of a perfect stage martial artist. As long as he recovers his full combat strength, even a terrifying fourth-grade demigod won't be his match. If I meet such a Tiandao Crown Prince, I'll be completely suppressed in an instant. Therefore, the most important thing for me now is to increase my strength. I have to increase my realm. Only then can I truly fight against them, and only then can I truly dominate the path of the Emperor's realm and break through to the Emperor's realm in the future. Ever since Lu Feng sensed his own nobility, he completely understood. His future goal wasn't to become the Divine King. It was just that becoming a supreme Divine King was no longer his goal. Even becoming the epic Overlord was no longer Lu Feng's true goal. This was because he knew that even becoming the epic Overlord wasn't the limit of his goal. In his heart, the only person he wanted to surpass was himself, the ancestor of his bloodline, the human monarch, who was known as the greatest existence since ancient times. Therefore, Lu Feng had never defined those evildoers as his opponents from the beginning. Even the so-called invincible evildoers of the epic level, who had stepped into the peak of the 7th grade Emperor's realm, couldn't be compared to Lu Feng either. They were merely the whetstones for Lu Feng's supreme path. Lu Feng had always chosen to surpass himself. If he had an opponent, then that opponent would only be himself. Therefore, Lu Feng wanted to stay because he wanted to surpass himself. Lu Xiaoran could sense Lu Feng's invincible willpower and knew that Lu Feng had already made up his mind. In that case, Lu Xiaoran couldn't say anything else. He knew that if he allowed Lulu to follow Lu Feng, she would be in endless danger. She would be a threat that was even more terrifying than the Sky Dao race. After all, Lu Feng's existence was something that millions of races feared and wanted to kill. I can sense your determination. Xiaofeng, you should already understand. No matter what kind of genius or evildoer you are, you will eventually have to step out and face everything independently. If you can't pass this hurdle, then even if you are an evildoer with amazing talent, you will ultimately achieve nothing. You will be bound by those huge thresholds and will never be able to advance. Therefore, Third Grandfather supports you. Lu Feng smiled faintly and nodded his head heavily. He knew that Lu Xiaoran was right. No matter what kind of genius one was, they would ultimately have to face everything independently and experience the test of life and death. Back then, Lu Tao had been hailed as the Lu family's only hope for the Divine King after destroying the human monarch. He had been a peerless existence that the Lu family had nurtured with all their might. However, when he had reached a certain level, he had still been completely released and allowed to undergo the trial of life and death. The Lu family hadn't even taken any protective measures and had allowed Lu Tao to roam the universe alone. It could be said that Lu Tao's life and death had almost no connection to the Lu family at the time. In fact, when a peerless existence that a family had nurtured with all their might reached a certain level, all the major races and family factions would completely release them and allow them to grow amid slaughter and bloody battles and slowly find their own path. Although it was dangerous and even destroyed all their hopes and efforts in a single day, there was nothing that could be done about this decision. All the races and factions understood that only geniuses who had truly grown on the edge of life and death would be able to break those terrifying barriers and become truly invincible overlords. Therefore, every genius had to experience these trials that could be called life and death. Lu Feng was the same. Lu Xiaoran naturally understood this point. However, he couldn't imagine that the current Lu Feng was only a peak evolution stage martialist. At this level, he should still be under the protection of his family and diligently improving his cultivation. However, Xiaofeng, your current strength is still a little too weak. If possible, it would be best for you to become a demigod before appearing. A demigod-level genius, even if he was the Emperor of Massacre at the peak of the 5th level, could be considered an invincible existence below the level of a god. With such strength, it was already considered possible for him to create a universe on his own. Existences above the level of a god rarely appeared. Furthermore, after becoming a demigod, even if he was only at the 1st level, he could still enter the realm of power deification. Geniuses with divine power could use many real secret treasures to escape most dangers. After becoming a god, you can use many treasures. When the time comes, you can also be considered to have escaped the awkwardness of those guardian crystals. Lu Feng didn't agree. He only shook his head gently. His smile was still as bright as ever, because Lu Feng had already determined everything. Indeed, his strength was still insufficient for the time being. Even if he was exceptionally talented, it couldn't change the fact that his strength was currently low. However, this couldn't change Lu Feng's mind. Since he had already set foot and started, and even participated in the first Battle of the Kings, it was impossible for him to retreat. This wasn't Lu Feng's style. It wasn't the way an emperor would do things. Third grandfather, although it would be safer that way, I'm already here. There's no need for me to return. Here, I can improve faster and better. Compared to growing up under the protection of my family, this environment is more suitable for me. What he cultivated was the great devil true body and the primordial scripture, these two supreme techniques. The Origin Sutra didn't need to be said. It relied completely on comprehension and the accumulation of time. This kind of cultivation method was something that Lu Feng could try in any place. However, to Lu Fenglai, the Origin Sutra was always a supplementary power. The only thing that was of great help to him was the strange supreme power that was produced in Shun Yuan's Sea of Consciousness. Apart from that, the Origin Sutra wasn't very helpful to Lu Feng at the moment. Lu Feng had entrusted everything to his path as a martialist. The path of a martialist relied on the great demon true body. However, cultivating the great demon true body wasn't something that could be done simply through cultivation. Without the baptism of blood, the sharpening of killing, the test of depravity, and the confrontation of life and death, he simply couldn't continue cultivating. Therefore, other heaven-defying geniuses would only appear when they reached the demigod realm. However, Lu Fenglai was always in such a state of cultivation. This was even more of a reason why he couldn't go back. However, it was a pity that he couldn't tell Lu Xiaoran about this. Upon seeing Lu Feng's resolute expression, Lu Xiaoran didn't say anything else. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. Then, he tore open the void and took out an item that looked like a crystal from the space's exclusive realm. The moment he saw this item, Lu Feng understood. He was already very familiar with this crystal. Third grandfather, this is... Chapter 367. Lu Xiaoran smiled faintly as he looked at Lu Feng. Xiaofeng, I believe that your family's elders must have bestowed you with many guardian crystals. However, once you're here, those guardian crystals have lost their most fundamental function, which is to summon the power of the family's almighty. However, the guardian crystal I gave you is different. I've been in the foreign battlefield for the past 50 years. Based on my familiarity with the battlefields, I can already condense guardian crystals. I condensed a total of 3 crystals. I gave one to Lulu, and the other one was given to me. Lu Xiaoran paused for a moment, but he didn't continue. That's the last piece. This is it. Xiaofeng, take this guardian crystal with you. If you encounter any danger, Third Grandpa will quickly descend. Although there are countless powerhouses in the Outerverse battlefield, Third Grandpa isn't an ordinary person either. Therefore, it should be able to protect you most of the time. Lu Feng nodded gently. The Outerverse battlefield was incomparably huge, and it was several times larger than the Human Federation's territory. Perhaps the number of powerhouses in the foreign battlefields was much greater than that of the other races, but it was still quite impossible to casually encounter a powerhouse in such a vast world. With Lu Xiaoran's Almighty King realm strength protecting Lu Feng, as long as Lu Feng didn't provoke the truly terrifying existences, such as a domain lord, there shouldn't be any problems. In that case, Third Grandpa, I won't decline. Lu Feng also needed this kind of protection. Although he had the help of the Sacred Clan's secret techniques, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't encounter any unlucky accidents. At that time, with Lu Xiaoran's help, Lu Feng could at least guarantee his own safety. Then, Xiaofeng, you should rest for the next few days. Once you've fully recovered, Third Grandpa's avatar will accompany you to the Medicine Deity Dominion. Lu Feng nodded gently. He had to go to the Medicine Deity Dominion, and so did Lulu. Therefore, there was nothing special about going with Lu Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran left the room with Lulu, leaving Lu Feng alone to recuperate. However, Lu Feng, who was in deep meditation, was unaware of the upheaval outside. Many geniuses were affected by the start of the Battle of the Kings. Although they didn't know which 2 monstrous geniuses had started the Battle of the Kings, all of them understood that the era of chaos had officially begun with the Battle of the Kings. One day after the start of the Battle of the Kings, the heavenly Dao Crown Prince, who had returned to the heavenly Dao race, completely revealed himself. He publicly admitted his identity as the monstrous talent of the New Age and explained the news of his defeat. Then, he announced that he would enter the endless abyss with the intention of comprehending the third supreme power, infinite power. This news caused many of the races to be abnormally terrified. This was because from the moment the heavenly Dao Crown Prince made his domineering announcement, everything related to him had already been obtained by the spies of the various major races. The Rhombus Force was a supreme power that many people could guess. After all, it was the fundamental power of the Rhombus lineage that dominated the universe. Many people knew about it. However, the following statement made the geniuses and monstrous geniuses of billions of races tremble in fear. This was because in addition to the Rhombus Force, the heavenly Dao Crown Prince actually possessed the bloodline power of the 7 Divine King of the Rhombus lineage. It could be said that he alone possessed the power of the 7 Divine King. Although the 7 Divine King weren't the overlords of the New Age, there were still 3 temporal supremes among them. Although the bloodline power of the 7 Divine King didn't reach the level of supreme power, it was already considered a quasi-supreme power. In addition to the Rhombus Force and the power of the 7 Divine King, the heavenly Dao Crown Prince was rumored to possess the power of the Yellow Spring, which no one in this era had been able to comprehend. When this news came out, almost the entire universe was shocked. The power of the Yellow Springs was definitely the most powerful force that could make the universe tremble in fear. Among the supreme forces, it belonged to the pinnacle of peerless forces. The heavenly Dao Crown Prince, who possessed 2 supreme powers and a quasi-supreme power, should have been among the peak 7th-order monstrous geniuses of the King realm during the War of the Kings. However, such a monstrous genius was still defeated. How terrifying would his opponent be? As the heavenly Tao Crown Prince headed to the endless abyss under the protection of the Master of the Heavenly Tao, he finally faded out of everyone's sight. Following that, the Heavenly Tao clan's patriarch revealed the truth of the battle on the third day under the instructions of the Master of the Heavenly Tao. When the truth of the battle was revealed, the entire universe fell into an endless uproar. Is the news confirmed? Emperor Lu Feng didn't die. He had even mastered 4 types of supreme powers. He completely suppressed the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince, who was at the same cultivation level as him. Investigate, investigate, investigate. No matter what, we have to find Lu Feng's location. We have to kill him at all costs. Be careful not to expose the identity of our clan. Kill, kill. He has never experienced a war of the kings, but he already possesses 4 supreme powers. Even the former Overlord of the 3 great realms was only at this level. Such a monstrous genius cannot be allowed to live. If given enough time, he might become another King Realm expert. However, be careful. The War of the Kings has already begun. The Treaty of the Era will be reinstated. At this time, no one can discover our existence. Otherwise, our clan will be in danger. Emperor Lu Feng, good, very good. I've been silent for so many years. It's time for me to wait. For supreme powers? So what if he had the 4 great supreme powers? Although supreme powers are important in the War of the Kings, they are not the only things that matter. This time, let me step on your bones and become the first step on my path to becoming a King Realm expert. The Outland battlefield is really lively. I think those bastards should have gone there to challenge Lu Feng. Since that's the case, I can't stay idle. Ancestor, please let me go. Since Emperor Lu Feng dares to start the War of the Kings when he's still at his peak evolution stage, why can't I, who is already at the peak perfect stage, experience it? Various peak races, ancient races, secluded races and forces, as well as those mysterious existences, were finally awakened. Many monstrous geniuses had already given up their plans to continue cultivating to the perfect stage because of the War of the Kings. They all understood that in the era of the War of the Kings, falling behind by 1 step would mean being eliminated forever. Therefore, when the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao and Lu Feng started the War of the Kings, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they were forced to experience it. The commotion caused by the monstrous geniuses naturally caused a commotion among the various races. At this moment, invincible kings from the various peak, overlords, and first-rate races were awakened. They woke up from their ancient slumber and disappeared along with the aura of many monstrous geniuses. In the human race's Supreme Council, many King Realm existences gathered again at this moment. However, there were obviously many more people this time compared to the previous time. This time, not only the Federation government, the Federal University, and the Lu family participated in the War of the Kings, but also the Divine King clan, first-rate families, and second-rate families, all had their powerful ancestors who had awakened and participated in the War of the Kings. Even the BUCC, the Federation Bank, and many other peak forces of the human race also had powerhouses among them. Many terrifying, almighty experts in the King Realm sat quietly in their seats and didn't say a word. Although they were all King Realm existences and were like ancestors in their respective forces, they enjoyed tributes and received countless praises. However, in this place, they were nothing. They only participated in the War of the Kings to inform them, not to let them have a real discussion. Many existences were quietly looking at the center of the Supreme Council. They were waiting for the most honorable existences to make a decision. Gradually, 3 invincible figures were slowly born and walked out of the void. They broke through the chaos of time and space and crossed over from the other side of the endless mystery. These 3 existences were the most powerful existences in the King Realm. They were all quasi-kings of life and death. However, among the King Realm existences present, there were many quasi-kings of life and death. However, they could only listen from the sidelines. Only these 3 existences who walked out could make the decision. Although they were existences of the same level, the three of them had a status that they could never compare to. All of this was because the three of them were called the supreme beings of the other path. They were the Heavenly Lord King of the Lu family, the Radiant King of the Federation government, and the Heavenly Emperor Kong Ming of the Federal University. Looking at the three great existences in front of them, everyone sighed slightly. They knew that the three terrifying figures that had appeared were just the incarnations of the three great existences. They were all supreme beings of the other path. Once their true bodies descended, the entire Federation world would be completely destroyed in an instant. The supreme beings of the other path were the Divine King in this era that was full of the Divine King's curse. If it wasn't necessary, they would hide in the endless space-time laws and cultivate in silence. Even if only 3 incarnations had appeared, it was already an extremely important matter. The 3 incarnations that descended were no different from their true bodies. They glanced around and didn't say much. They just quietly looked at the many existences. After a long time, the Radiant King of the Federal University finally spoke. He said slowly, "I think you all know why the Supreme Council was convened this time." Many great existences of the King realm nodded gently. Everyone's gaze shifted slightly to the Supreme Heavenly Lord King of the other path of the Lu family and a King realm existence of the Mu family. Facing these people's gazes, the Heavenly Lord King only revealed a strange smile. It was different from a few months ago. Back then, he and the other ancestor of the Lu family had descended here to vent their anger. Because at that time, Lu Feng had been captured by the Divine King and completely disappeared. This time, it was because he already knew of Lu Feng's existence. Moreover, the news of the battlefield in the outer domain and the Tiandao race had already spread a few days ago. Lu Feng's terror had once again shocked the world. As for the way they looked at the King realm existences of the Mu family, they were completely envious. Before Lu Feng disappeared, the matter of him causing a scene in the Mu family for Mu Shuyan had already been completely spread along with Lu Feng's disappearance. Although Lu Feng had caused a scene in the Mu family, no one would really laugh at the Mu family, because Mu Shuyan was also a member of the Mu family. Lu Feng had already acknowledged Mu Shuyan's identity. Many existences believed that the Lu family would absolutely respect Lu Feng's decision. Therefore, Mu Shuyan's identity could almost be confirmed. Lu Feng had already confirmed that she was a monstrous genius at the peak of the 7th rank of the King realm. Such an existence was destined to become an existence that could become a supreme God King. Therefore, Mu Shuyan's identity was almost equivalent to that of the Empress. And if Lu Feng could really fight to the end and become the supreme Overlord, then Mu Shuyan would be one of the most noble existences in the entire universe. She would be the Empress. It could be said that as long as Mu Shuyan did not break off relations with the Mu family, the Mu family would even be comparable to any of the Divine King's clans in the future. Such a situation could be called shocking luck. How could many existences not be envious? Facing the gazes of many existences, the King realm expert of the Mu family did not say anything. However, anyone could see the strange look in his eyes. After a slight glance, the majesty of the Radiant King caused many existences to gather again. This time, I've summoned all of you because the Emperor has awakened and made a strong recovery. He suppressed the monstrous Heavenly King of the Tiandao race. Of course, that's within the same realm. And because of the battle between the Emperor and the Heavenly King, the Battle of the Kings has completely begun. I believe all of you are aware of the significance of this. Chapter 368. Many people nodded in agreement. When they learned that Lu Feng had defeated the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dao, they understood that the War of the Sovereigns was about to begin. The War of the Sovereigns signified the beginning of the chaotic era of the entire universe. Of course, this was the chaotic era. It was a new and dazzling golden era where evildoers ran rampant. The War of the Sovereigns is about to begin. The hidden geniuses of your families should appear. In this chaotic era where evildoers run rampant, if you can't participate, you will definitely be eliminated. This is an ancient lesson. This has been proven by history. 3 War of the Sovereigns gave birth to 3 overlords. Before the 3 overlords were born, during the War of the Sovereigns, the geniuses and evildoers who participated in the War of the Sovereigns were defeated in the end and became stepping stones on the path to the Emperor's path. However, they all entered a great realm in the end. On the other hand, the evildoers who feared the war and wanted to see others in chaos and benefit in the end were all defeated in the end. It didn't matter how terrifying the geniuses were, even if they were peak 7th Order Emperor's Path domain. The War of the Sovereigns was the beginning of the battle between the geniuses and evildoers of the younger generation. If you can't participate, you will definitely be eliminated. This was the lesson of history. This was the proof of history. Because of this, when the War of the Sovereigns began, many geniuses woke up one after another. Whether it was those who were in seclusion or those whose cultivation base wasn't high enough, all of them appeared in front of the world. They officially announced their participation in the War of the Sovereigns to achieve the potential of this chaotic era. This time, I gathered all of you here mainly to ensure the safety of the geniuses of the major families. Although there is an ancient covenant, I don't think any race will be willing to abide by it. Perhaps on the surface, they won't really violate it. However, in reality, they will definitely take action and try their best to destroy the peerless existences of the human race. No matter which family they are from, they're the future of the human race. As long as they participate in the War of the Sovereigns, they will have a chance to compete for the Emperor's position. Even if they don't succeed, these geniuses and evildoers will still become the pillars of the human race in the future. Everyone was qualified to participate in the Emperor's path. Furthermore, each of them had a chance to fight for the throne in the end. The peak level, 7 Monarch domain, represented a higher starting point than everyone else, but it didn't mean that one could definitely become an overlord. Therefore, we must pay attention to their safety. If anything happens to them, our human race will not be able to bear it. Do all of you understand this point? Many beings nodded lightly. I don't care what conflicts or hatred you had in the past. In the next few decades, or even hundreds of years, the human race must be united. If I discover any existence or power that disrupts the order, then the 3 of us will attack together and end everything. Celestial King, Radiant King, Heavenly Emperor Kong Ming. 3 heretic supreme beings were equivalent to the battle prowess of 3 god kings. When the 3 of them attacked at the same time, even the divine king of the alien races would have to retreat or even be killed. Therefore, after the celestial venerate king expressed his will, many king-level existences nodded silently. Seeing everyone's reaction, the incarnation of the radiant king nodded in satisfaction. All right, from today onwards, it's time for the many ancient existences of the human race and the ancestors of your families to awaken. Protecting these geniuses of the current era is related to the fate of the human race. No matter what, they will not allow any accidents to happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the incarnations of the 3 great existences completely faded and finally returned to nothingness. Seeing that the Supreme Council had ended, many king-level ancestors also got up one after another and finally returned to nothingness. They had also arrived here with their incarnations or illusions. The Federation world was the central area of the Federation government. It was a super-life planet. However, even a super-life planet couldn't resist the terrifying majesty of king-level existences when they descended. Therefore, almost every time the Supreme Council opened, unless there were special circumstances, the ones who arrived were usually just the illusions of the various great existences. When the meeting was over, many of the existences left completely. For them, this incident was too sudden and caught them off guard. In the past, the start of the Battle of the Kings would definitely be on an occasion that would shock the entire universe. How could it be like this time? The initial battle has already been completed unknowingly, and the battle of the kings has begun. They watched as many existences disappeared and looked at the empty seats left behind. The voices of the three ultimate existences of the human race echoed slowly, full of strange emotions. This time, it's really too sudden. Although we have already expected the arrival of the king's battle, it's still too sudden and unexpected. However, fortunately, there is still the existence of the epic covenant. If it weren't for this extremely ancient covenant, I'm afraid the peak Overlord races would be unscrupulous. The epic covenant was the most ancient covenant. It was a covenant that the first Overlord of the technological civilization era, heavenly venerate Hades, had forced the major races to sign after he ascended to the position of Overlord. The content of the covenant was that when the king's battle arrived, the peak races and powerful existences were not allowed to deliberately target the geniuses and geniuses who were participating in the king's battle. Otherwise, they would be jointly attacked by all the races. The ancient covenant was engraved on the pillar of destiny. All existences who violated the covenant would definitely be punished by destiny. This kind of punishment was undoubtedly something that no race was willing to endure. Moreover, every time a king's battle was born, there would be geniuses born from the various major races. They all had the possibility of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Therefore, if you could kill others, others could naturally kill you as well. Therefore, for the safety of their own geniuses, many races consciously followed the epic covenant on the surface. However, although the epic covenant exists, many races definitely won't abide by it so obediently. Although they won't do anything on the surface, it's hard to guarantee that they won't do anything secretly. Heavenly kings have two supreme powers and one quasi-supreme power. It can be said that they were the peak existences among the earliest kings' battles. However, they were still completely suppressed by emperors. This already shows how terrifying emperors are. For supreme powers, this is enough for emperors to start coming into contact with the forbidden domain. Such existences are undoubtedly too heaven-defying. Many races are afraid of them. I believe that many races will target emperors. What we need to do is to do our best to ensure their safety. The one who spoke was the Radiant King of the Federation government. He had always thought highly of Lu Feng, not only because Lu Feng was the bloodline of the Lu family, but also because Lu Feng's battle prowess was really terrifying. This time, the human race had mobilized a total of 4 alternate path supremes. It could be said that in the entire galaxy era, the human race's battle prowess was at the peak of the universe. Although the Divine King wasn't around, their power was still limitless. However, the human race wasn't satisfied with this. They missed the peak of the past. They wanted to restore the unparalleled might of the number 1 race in the universe. Lu Feng was the existence that these people valued the most. With him around, the human race had the possibility of rising again. I have already asked the Lu family's disciples in the outer domain battlefield to do their best to search for Lu Feng. If they find him, there is no need to bring him back. It will be fine as long as he isn't threatened by the big shots of the other races. The last one to speak was the Lu family's supreme heavenly venerate king. After he spoke, the Radiant King said the same thing. Finally, when the final decision was made, the ancient Parliament Hall fell into complete silence. Human King Planet, Human King Hall. The tranquil Human King Hall was completely shaken at this moment. Countless powerful auras soared into the sky and disturbed the entire Human King Planet. Farewell, primogeniture. Farewell, primogeniture. Countless voices rose and fell on the Human King Planet. Many people could sense the familiarity of those auras. They knew that the many Human King bloodline primogenitors hidden in the Lu family's territory had finally awakened. Go! This era is destined to be the era of the Human King Lu family's rise. Remember to ensure their safety. Don't disappoint me. 7 days. After 7 whole days, Lu Feng finally fully recovered from his injuries. Of course, this speed seemed extremely slow to him. However, In the eyes of Lu Xiaoran and the two grandmasters, it was really strange. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Feng's identity was really terrifying and honorable, and that he was the human race's greatest hope for the future, the two grandmasters would have already studied Lu Feng thoroughly. Lu Feng, your body is really terrifying. His sevenfold physical strength had been completely exposed. Upon seeing Lu Feng's physical body, many of the existences had strange expressions on their faces. It was incomparably strange. They already knew that this was only the first time Lu Feng's bloodline had awakened. However, this was only the first time his bloodline had awakened, yet he already possessed a sevenfold physical strength. This had never happened before in any era. Could it be that the human king bloodline is really so terrifying? The Void Spirit Grandmaster looked at Lu Xiaoran strangely. However, Lu Xiaoran just shrugged slightly and said, "If it weren't for the human king Lu family, you would never understand the terror of the human king bloodline." Of course, Xiaofeng's ability to go to such extremes is still too terrifying. I think that Xiaofeng should be a bloodline sealer. He is the bloodline sealer of the human king bloodline of the Lu family. It is probably because of this that he was able to achieve a sevenfold increase in physical strength after his first bloodline awakening. After saying this, Lu Xiaoran looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled slightly. His identity had already been known by many people. The news of him possessing the four supreme powers had also been spread through the mouths of the Void Spirit Grandmaster and the others. Since so many secrets had already been known, one more would not make a difference. Chapter 369. Lu Feng nodded gently and said, "I am indeed a bloodline sealer, an autonomous bloodline sealer." Hearing this, Su Ling and Wang Gui's eyes flashed with a strange light. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoran looked extremely excited. The 8 divine king clans of the human race had more or less given birth to some bloodline sealers since ancient times. However, the human king Lu family had never given birth to a bloodline sealer. This seemed to be a curse that no one could break. However, Lu Feng's appearance had finally broken this curse. A bloodline sealer and an autonomous bloodline sealer. What did this mean? The few people who were born in the human race naturally understood very well. They knew that once Lu Feng reached the sovereign realm, with the power of his bloodline, he would really have the terrifying killing power of a human king. No wonder you're a bloodline sealer. This means that you will have 4 bloodline awakenings. Although I don't know the reason for the first awakening, your physical body has indeed reached 7 times its original strength. After the 4th awakening, you will be able to enter the domain of at least 10 times its original strength. 10 times the physical body. This is already the strongest physical strength outside of the forbidden domain of the physical body mythological realm. Even if you rely on the strength of this physical body, you will be able to break into the domain of the Divine King Sovereign. 11 times was the forbidden domain of the Divine King Sovereign. Whether it was the cultivation technique, martial arts incarnation, or the physical body, it was the same. Lu Feng could reach 10 times the original strength after his bloodline was completely awakened. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Lu Feng, no wonder in the legends, you are known as the living human king of this era. Your potential is indeed shocking and terrifying. Lu Feng didn't say anything, but a strange emotion flashed through his eyes. The Battle of the Kings has already begun. I heard that many monsters and geniuses know that you are in the battlefield of the outer domain, and they are madly rushing here. Many monsters have set their sights on you. They want to kill you and become famous in one battle, becoming a stepping stone for them to reach the pinnacle of the domain. Therefore, Xiaofeng, before you reach the pinnacle of the younger generation, you must be very, very careful. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. His current true realm was only at the peak of the evolution period. Such a realm was really nothing to those geniuses. The monsters and geniuses who could enter the battlefield of the outer domain were at least at the 3rd stage of the domain. Perhaps they were too far away from Lu Feng's 7th stage. However, Their strength was much stronger than Lu Feng's. Putting everything else aside, Lu Feng would have no way of dealing with a perfect beginner-level king of massacre. He would be killed in an instant. After all, many monsters and geniuses were not like the heavenly crown prince. In their eyes, as long as they could kill Lu Feng, it would be a good thing and a success. As for the so-called fair battle, that was a complete joke. Therefore, although Lu Feng had reached the level of being invincible among those of the same level, however, what he would face in the future would be even more dangerous challenges. Therefore, Lu Feng had to be careful. Don't worry, third grandpa. I learned a special cultivation method that allows me to completely conceal myself. Unless it's someone who has seen me before, they won't be able to discover me even if they see me face to face with some images. Hearing this, the eyes of the three lit up slightly. Sacred Race's cultivation technique? Only the Sacred Race's cultivation technique could achieve such a level. Perhaps others didn't know, but as peak existences, how could they not know all of this? Lu Feng didn't deny it and nodded gently. However, he didn't say Jiahua Wuyue out loud. He just casually used an excuse because Lu Feng didn't want to casually reveal his matter without Jiahua Wuyue knowing. The few of them naturally heard Lu Feng's excuse. However, they didn't pursue the matter. In that case, it's fine. Lu Feng, you have the help of the Sacred Race's life chart technique, so you can completely guarantee your safety. As long as it's not someone familiar, I'm afraid they won't be able to recognize you at all. The few of them knew that although Lu Feng had caused a lot of commotion, there were still very few people who truly knew him. Therefore, in general, Lu Feng was considered safe. I heard that the Sacred Race's cultivation technique is related to the nobility of one's life chart. Some people with noble life charts can even deceive almighty kings when they use it. I think Xiaofeng's life chart should also be incomparably noble. With a noble life chart and an innate providence, one would possess great providence. Such an existence was often an incomparably heaven-defying person in the universe. Similarly, those peerless monsters were the same. Their life charts were innately countless times more noble than ordinary people. Therefore, any genius, even a monstrous genius, was truly a noble person. Once such an existence used the Sacred Race's life chart technique, they would receive unimaginable benefits. Lu Feng nodded gently. His life chart was indeed incomparably noble. It could even be said that it was terrifying. The Azure Dragon life chart was one of the noblest life charts since ancient times. There were only a handful of life charts that could be compared to the Azure Dragon life chart. However, there wasn't a single one that could surpass the Azure Dragon life chart. Lu Feng's life chart, on the other hand, made the Azure Dragon life chart tremble in fear when it saw it. It was a life chart that made the Azure Dragon life chart submit to it. Therefore, his life chart was truly incomparably noble and supreme. However, Lu Feng couldn't tell them this, as the implications were too great. Lu Feng has the Sacred Race's life chart technique, so he should be much safer. In that case, he can roam the foreign battlefields without worry. The Void Spirit Grandmaster smiled faintly as he spoke slowly. His words made Wang Guwei and Lu Xiaoran nod in agreement. In that case, what do you plan to do next, Lu Feng? Grandmaster Wang Guwei seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was still smiling. Grandmaster Wang Guwei, didn't we agree before? This time, I will represent the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild Hall in the Alchemy Master Conference. Don't worry, this period of time is enough. I think that although I can't become the strongest alchemist in this Alchemy Master Conference, I will definitely become the most dazzling existence. There was less than a month before the Alchemy Master Conference began. The time left for Lu Feng was probably a little more than half a month. But even if it was only half a month, it was enough. After a day of practice, Lu Feng was confident that he could raise his Alchemy Master level to the 4th grade in half a month. Moreover, this period of time was enough for Lu Feng to raise his Telekinesis Master level to the peak of the Telekinesis Grandmaster level. Since Lu Feng has already decided, it's best that we can do it. It can't be better than this. During this period of time, you can use the things in the Alchemist Guild Hall to practice. If it's not enough or you need something else, just tell us directly. The Alchemist Guild has never lacked divine items. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, the Alchemist Guild definitely did not lack divine items. Grandmaster Wangui and Grandmaster Wangui did not stay there for long. They only came to see if Lu Feng's body had really recovered as Lulu had said. Naturally, they left after checking him out. Lu Xiaoran's clone also left with them. Cousin Lu Feng, Lulu will also leave first. I won't disturb your alchemy anymore. 7 days was more than enough time for Lulu to recover from the previous shadow. Lulu, who was happy again, was Lu Feng's favorite sister. Lu Feng looked at Lulu, who was pouting and looking slightly displeased. He laughed heartily and patted Lulu's head. Lulu, it's not that your cousin hates you, but this time, your cousin has already triggered a war between the kings. The entire universe will be in turmoil, especially the battlefield outside your cousin's territory. It will be a place where countless monsters will gather. With my current strength, I'm not even a match for those monsters who have been famous for a long time. I can't help you properly. Thus, bringing you along will only increase the danger you face. I have no choice but to do this. Lulu knew what Lu Feng was saying. However, she was only a 15-year-old child after all. When she heard that Lu Feng was unwilling to bring her along, she naturally felt indignant. Now that she heard Lu Feng's serious explanation, most of the dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared. Thus, a smile appeared on her face again. I understand, cousin. Then, during the Alchemy Master Conference, you have to accompany Lulu properly. Lu Feng nodded gently. After receiving Lu Feng's promise, Lulu skipped outside. Lu Feng was always happy in front of Lulu. Lu Feng felt that having a cousin like this was a gift from the heavens. Although he hadn't promised her anything, Lu Feng had already treated Lulu as a family member. She was a family member who was closer to him than most of the Lu family members. Lu Feng fell silent as he watched Lulu's happy back. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. It was a faint longing and sadness. Lu Feng raised his head and looked out the window. In an instant, he felt like he could see through time and space. He saw his family members in the distance. Mom, Dad, how are you? Wenchao, Yunxing, you must be doing well. Yongheng, you've been gone for more than a year. It seems like you've gained a lot. When he thought of his family and friends, Lu Feng's eyes filled with joy. However, gradually this color began to change. It became a little deeper. Gradually, a trace of gentleness appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. This was a stark contrast to the incomparably crazy and bloodthirsty eyes he had when he fought against the Crown Prince of the Sky Dao. Also, Shuyan, how are you? Chapter 370. Young Master Su. That means you're also preparing to head to the Outland battlefield? In a luxurious clubhouse, for young figures were lazily sitting there. In front of them was a top-notch decoration, with countless top-notch wines and delicacies. However, the four of them acted as if they didn't see these things. 3 of them had slightly heavy expressions on their faces, while the other person's wretched eyes revealed a rare, solemn expression. Yes, my brothers are all there, so no matter what, I have to go. These 4 people were Su Wenchao, the young master of the Hai family, the young master of the Zhao family, and the young master of the first-rate Lu family. After Lu Feng disappeared, they gathered together and didn't immediately split up. After all, for these young masters, as long as they were in the Federation, there was no danger to speak of. Thus, since they had nothing to do, they gathered together. This time, the beginning of the Battle of the Kings, they all sensed it. Then, the news from their families let them know about Lu Feng. So when they heard that Lu Feng appeared in the Outland battlefield, Su Wenchao immediately decided to head there. Hearing Su Wenchao's words, the young masters of the Hai family and the Zhao family fell silent. Lu Meng, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He was already a monster in the 4th stage Emperor realm. Moreover, his strength had already reached the perfect stage. Looking at the entire human race, there weren't many people who could compare to him. Moreover, he knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. Moreover, his family, the first-rate Lu family, had once given him an order, and that was that no matter what, he had to follow Lu Feng's footsteps. Thus, when he knew that Lu Feng appeared in the Outland battlefield, he had already decided to head there. The young masters of the Hai family and the Zhao family were strangely silent. They were different from the two young masters. One was a definite follower of Lu Feng, and the other was Lu Feng's brother. Their relationship with Lu Feng wasn't very close. Moreover, the two of them were only on the verge of the fourth stage. Their strength was only at the perfect stage. This kind of strength was not enough to explore the Outland battlefield. The two of them remained silent for a long time, not saying a single word. At this moment, Su Wenchao picked up the wine glass in front of him and started drinking. Sometimes there was only one chance. If he did, he might be able to achieve meteoric success. But if he couldn't grasp it, then this opportunity would disappear forever. After a long time, the two young lords of the first-rate clans looked at each other. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. After that, the Hai family's young master slowly opened his mouth. Since that's the case, I wonder if young Master Su can bring us along. If the two young masters wanted to go to the battlefield outside, their families would also send them there. Saying such words now was undoubtedly a kind of joking tone, but Su Wenchao understood that this was the determination of the two. They had already decided to follow Lu Feng. Su Wenchao smiled and nodded gently. He looked at the two of them and said in an unusually serious tone, "Young masters, you should understand the meaning of Feng Zi's battle. The person who started the War of the Kings, who even comprehended the four great supreme powers at the beginning of the War of the Kings. Following such an existence, I don't think you will regret." Su Wenchao's words made the two of them smile. The determination in their eyes became even stronger. After a while, the Zhao family's young master seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Then, what about Mu Shuyan? Are we going to ask her to come with us this time?" Hearing this name, Su Wenchao was silent for a moment. After a while, he finally smiled. "I think if we don't bring her along, then I'm afraid we will be resented to death in the future." A mere disciple of the Mu family side branch had no right to resent them. However, if this side branch was Mu Shuyan, then no one could say anything. Although Mu Shuyan was only a disciple of the side branch of the Mu family. However, those who knew Mu Shuyan's identity understood that this side branch disciple was more honorable than all the young masters of the first-rate families. All of this was because her lover was called Lu Feng. Lu Feng's room became lively again. However, this time, it was only because there was an additional person. He was Jiahua Wuyue. He also sensed the start of the War of the Kings. After all, after condensing 2 Azure Dragon Fate charts, as a sacred race is chosen, he was definitely a monster in the rank 6 Monarch domain. Moreover, he was at the peak. As long as he awakened a few more Azure Dragon Fates, then he really could shatter his shackles and become a monstrous genius at the peak of the 7th-step Monarch realm. He would be the first existence in the history of the Saints to become a supreme God King. Although Jiahua Wuyue still looked restless, this time he sat there quietly. When he saw that Lu Feng had completely recovered, Jiahua Wuyue couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Lu Feng's body. "Sacred Master, although that battle was hidden from most people, I still saw a lot of things because of the existence of the Sacred Race's fate charts. I never imagined that you would actually be so terrifying." That is the Sky Dao Crown Prince. He is the Sky Dao Crown Prince of the universe's younger generation. He is at the peak of both status and strength. You actually beat him up to the point where he had no choice but to raise his strength. Amazing, really amazing, during that battle, when Lu Feng had transformed into the great demon of despair and shattered the illusory realm, Jiahua Wuyue had already sensed the fluctuations of Lu Feng's fate charts. Although the Void Spirit Grandmaster had used space-time displacement to send the two of them into the void of the universe, Jiahua Wuyue still had many treasures. However, Jiahua Wuyue had many secret treasures of the sacred race. The sacred race's secret treasures had all been refined by the sacred race, so Jiahua Wuyue could still use them even if he didn't become a god. By relying on the existence of those secret treasures, he had seen the battle between Lu Feng and the Sky Dao Crown Prince in the void of the universe. Jiahua Wuyue's eyes were filled with true admiration as he looked at Lu Feng. Jiahua Wuyue wasn't trying to flatter Lu Feng. He really admired Lu Feng's terrifying strength. However, when he heard this, Lu Feng smiled indifferently. He was Emperor Lu Feng. He had always been the one to bestow glory on others. Lu Feng didn't need other people's acknowledgement. By the way, Wuyue, I will be heading to Medicine God City with the Alchemist Guild of the Wind God Territory. If you want to go, you could go by yourself. Lu Feng didn't really want people to know about his relationship with the sacred race. After all, if people knew that the sacred race's Shengzi was following him, the chances of him encountering danger would increase greatly. Clearly, Jiahua Wuyue also understood this. He nodded gently and said, "In that case, Sacred Master, I will head over to Medicine God City in the next few days. I believe that in a few days, it will be very lively there." Jiahua Wuyue was someone who craved for the world to be in chaos. How could he not go when there was excitement? Besides, Lu Feng also wanted to go there. Soon, Jiahua Wuyue left Lu Feng's room. In his words, if he was in a hurry, he would have left by now. However, before he left, Lu Feng still gave him a lot of elixir pills and asked him to exchange them for some divine item points. After all, he would have to spend a lot of money along the way. The sacred race's Shengzi didn't have any money at all. After Jiahua Wuyue left, Lu Feng continued to refine elixir pills. In the remaining time, Lu Feng was immersed in refining elixir pills. For half a month, Lu Feng didn't take a single step out of the Alchemist Guild Hall. Of course, when he was resting, Lu Feng also refined a small space that Lu Xiaoran had sent over. During this time, Lulu seemed to have been warned by the Void Spirit Grandmaster and Lu Xiaoran. She basically didn't look for Lu Feng. Half a month's time was too short for others. However, this period of time was precious for Lu Fenglai. With the physique of a warrior, he didn't stop for half a month, and his achievements were also remarkable. In the beginning, he refined 2 or 3 times an hour. Towards the end, he refined more than 10 times an hour. Moreover, Lu Feng's understanding of the contents of the pill mantra also deepened through refining. Finally, when the last few days came, Lu Feng succeeded. He could finally skillfully refine a real 4th-grade elixir. The appearance of a 4th-grade elixir also shocked the 2 Grandmasters, Void Spirit Grandmaster and Wang Ge. At the beginning, the Void Spirit Grandmaster could see that Lu Feng was already at the peak of the 3rd-grade Grandmaster realm. However, he could never have imagined that Lu Feng would be able to become a level 4 alchemist in a short period of 10 days. In their words, Lu Feng was definitely a monster in alchemy. On the path of alchemy, Lu Feng's talent was definitely not inferior to his talent in martial arts. As long as Lu Feng was given time, it would be easy for him to become an 8th-grade alchemist. Lu Feng even had the qualifications to reach the ultimate level of alchemy after the primordial fiend god era and the era of elixirs and artifacts. He was a divine alchemist. Of course, this was just what they thought. After all, the current Lu Feng was still too weak. His talent in alchemy was the same as his talent in martial arts. It was only in the embryonic stage and was far from reaching the realm of great success. On this day, the Alchemist Hall of the Wind God Territory was completely boiling. Looking at the alchemist standing in front of the Alchemist Hall, Lu Feng's eyes were slightly strange. He had heard from Lulu that there were more than 200 alchemists in the Alchemist Hall of the Wind God Territory. Lu Feng knew that there were more than 200 alchemist apprentices and alchemists. But now, Lu Feng finally understood that the alchemists Lulu mentioned were really alchemists. The alchemists, who could not be seen at all, had all come out at this moment. They stood quietly in front of the hall, waiting for the arrival of President Wang Gui. The Alchemist Conference was a real conference in the alchemy world. No alchemist would miss out on this opportunity. Therefore, Even the alchemists who had gone out to train had all returned before the start of the grand meeting. Looking at these alchemists, Grandmaster Wangue's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. These people were all from the Alchemist Hall of the Wind God territory. Although most of them were his subordinates, they were not much different from his disciples. They had all slowly developed into alchemists under his guidance. Among them, the human race accounted for a large proportion. This was what Grandmaster Wangue was most proud of. This alchemist conference is a grand event that occurs once in 100 years. I believe that most of you have not participated in it before. Once in 100 years. Many of the Grade 3 and Grade 4 alchemists had become alchemists in the past 100 years. Therefore, they had not participated in the previous alchemist conference. Chapter 371. In the void, the two figures were silent. After a long while, the Void Spirit Master glanced at the Wind God Overlord beside him and said slowly, "The changes have already begun. If you want to continue living peacefully, you no longer have any chance. Countless geniuses have already rushed into the battlefield outside the universe. I'm afraid that your Wind God territory will become one of the most intense battlefields. Most of the geniuses who had entered were here for Lu Fenglai, and Lu Feng had appeared in the Wind God territory last. Therefore, countless geniuses and monsters would definitely rush here to find Lu Feng. During this period of time, countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses would most likely clash against each other. Although the strength of these geniuses and monstrous geniuses wasn't that terrifying, they all had truly terrifying almighty existences standing behind them. If they clashed, it might even lead to a showdown between the almighties behind them. Although the Wind God territory was incomparably huge, once these almighties clashed, the entire Wind God territory would probably be riddled with holes and suffer unbearable pain. It seemed that the Wind God Overlord was fully aware of this situation. He only smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with an incomparably bloody, murderous intent. Although I, Yao Guangming, am not a supreme of the variant Tao, I don't care about ordinary quasi-kings, as long as they aren't those heaven-defying quasi-kings. In that case, what harm does the rest have to me? Whoever comes to cause trouble, I'll just kill them. If too many come, I'll just kill them. What domineering words! What bloody words! If they cause trouble, I'll just kill them. If too many come, I'll just kill them. In the current world, there were too few people who could say such words. Without a doubt, Yao Guangming had the qualifications to say such words. After all, he was a quasi-king of life and death who had stepped into the 10th level of the virtual king, the life realm. Furthermore, the Void Spirit Master knew something about Yao Guangming. He knew that Yao Guangming had been hiding something deeply. In addition to his own power, the power of death, the power of life, and the supreme power formed from the evolution of the laws, Yao Guangming also controlled another supreme power. It could be said that Yao Guangming, who possessed 4 supreme powers, could be considered a true heaven-defying quasi-king. Perhaps he couldn't compare to the heretic sovereigns at the quasi-king of life and death level. But among those of the same level, he was almost invincible. Others might fear the almighty guardians behind those peerless geniuses, but Yao Guangming didn't care at all. Indeed, you killed him. Just destroy him. Now that you have entered the final realm, these things in the world are no longer of any use to you. Even the position of Wind God Overlord is nothing more than smoke. Yao Guangming was still smiling, but his cold expression made people tremble unconsciously. Grandmaster Void Spirit's analysis was indeed correct. If it were Yao Guangming before he entered Life Realm, perhaps he would have needed to endure and wait for the position of Wind God Suzerain. But now he no longer needed these things. The cosmos was vast. Unless the Divine King personally took action and chased him for millions and millions of miles, he would truly exist forever with the world. No one could kill him. Then what do you think of Lu Feng? Will you help him when he's in danger? This was the question Void Spirit was most concerned about. He was an alchemy grandmaster, so his status was the highest. However, he wasn't very strong. Although he was comparable to the virtual king, he wouldn't be able to protect Lu Feng if an almighty appeared. In his eyes, Lu Feng wasn't just the future hope of the human race, but also the hope of their alchemy path. He saw the hope of a future grade 9 alchemy master in Lu Feng. Regardless of whether it was for his own ideals or for his race, he wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to Lu Feng. Currently, the human race was fighting fiercely with the underworld race in the outer region battlefield. Now that they knew that Lu Feng was still alive, and even on the outer region battlefield, the underworld race wouldn't let the human race take care of Lu Feng. Therefore, although they already knew that Lu Feng was on the outer region battlefield, the human race couldn't help Lu Feng at all. Because of the news about Lu Feng, the other races might secretly interfere and obstruct the human race's progress. It was also because of these reasons that Wind God Overlord Yao Guangming's was extremely important. After a short silence, Yao Guangming smiled and said, "You don't have to test me. I am destined to protect Lu Feng. His surname is Lu. Based on this, I, Yao Guangming, will guarantee his safety. Furthermore, he is the future hope of the human race. Therefore, as long as he is on the outer region battlefield and the human race's experts haven't arrived, I will always protect him." Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across the void spirit's eyes. He nodded gently and said slowly, "In that case, I'll rely on you." They've already left. I should also head to the medicine god Overlord territory. After all, I don't want to miss this grand occasion. There were 3 large territories between the Wind God Overlord territory and the Medicine God Overlord territory. They were all part of the 5 large territories that weren't occupied by any race. The distance between these 3 large territories was extremely frightening. If one didn't rely on space-time travel and just relied on flying spaceships, it would be impossible to travel at full speed for thousands of years. Traveling for 4 days was rather boring for alchemists. However, for Lu Fenglai, this was precious time that was hard to come by. After all, he had already reached the peak of the telekinesis Grandmaster level. Lu Feng only needed to cultivate according to the Origin Sutra's nurturing technique for a period of time before he could completely complete the cultivation of the harmonious spirit realm. During these 4 days, Lu Feng had been quietly nurturing the harmonious spirit realm. When he felt that it was almost time, the spaceship finally left the space-time transportation. The moment Lu Feng walked out of the spaceship, he felt a kind of shock. This was a kind of shock to his soul, because what Lu Feng saw made him feel a kind of fear that came from the depths of his heart. Of course, this emotion wasn't due to fear. The reason Lu Feng reacted this way was because his surroundings had exceeded the limits of his imagination. When he saw Lu Feng's slightly dazed expression, Grandmaster Wang Ge walked over to Lu Feng's side and patted Lu Feng's shoulder gently. "How is it, Fudu? Are you also stunned by everything in front of you?" They had already agreed that in front of outsiders, Lu Feng would still be called Futu. When he heard this, Lu Feng nodded gently and smiled bitterly. "Indeed, I didn't think that the Medicine God City would actually be like this." In front of Lu Feng was a world of elixirs and a sea of divine items. Although this statement was a little exaggerated, as far as the eye could see, this place was filled with all kinds of elixirs. Usually, in other places, even if it was not a first-grade medicinal pill, it was still extremely precious and rare to see. However, elixirs seemed to have become something that didn't cost money here. As far as the eye could see, elixirs were everywhere. There were all kinds of elixirs and divine items. Of course, their grades and quality were very ordinary. The highest grade of elixir was only a complete grade 3 elixir. Even so, it was still terrifying enough. After all, a complete grade 3 elixir would cost hundreds of thousands of divine item points. Hundreds of thousands of divine item points, if converted to Federation dollars, would be worth billions. This was already a lot. Plus, this amount could be said to be terrifying. As he looked at Lu Feng, Grandmaster Wang Gui added, "Actually, this situation isn't that big of a deal. After all, this is the Medicine God territory." The medicine god territory is a sacred place in the hearts of almost all alchemists in the universe. It is also because of this that, although the medicine god territory is an independent territory, no race dares to have any ideas about it. Lu Feng nodded gently. He didn't have any doubts about this point. There were many alchemists. Even if the entire universe's population was added up, it wouldn't be comparable to 1/1000th of a race's population. However, the status of an alchemist was too honorable. It was so honorable that no race dared to offend them. Therefore, the medicine god territory had been able to survive for a long time without being disturbed in the slightest. Lu Feng didn't have many doubts. Everything in the medicine god territory is related to elixirs, whether it's the buildings, the lifestyle, the powerhouses, or the way they live. Elixirs and divine items are everywhere. This is the world of alchemists. Lu Feng could hear the yearning in Grandmaster Wang Gui's words. He knew that as a Grandmaster-level alchemist, Wang Gui yearned for this kind of life. He had spent his entire life on elixirs. Therefore, in the hearts of these people, there were only two meanings left. They were the race and elixirs. There was no doubt that being able to live in such a place was definitely the most comfortable for him. Unfortunately, he didn't stay there in the end. Lu Feng should be able to guess the reason. President Wang Gui's contribution to our race will always be remembered by the race. This was the medicine god territory, where there was no distinction between race and strength. Therefore, there was no way to specially nurture human alchemists here. There was no way to specially establish a human alchemist faction. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Gui smiled slightly. This smile was truly carefree. For a person like Wang Gui, what he wanted the most was no longer glory. They were already standing at the pinnacle of the alchemy world. In the entire universe, apart from the three supreme existences, no one else could compare to them. Therefore, glory was already something that didn't matter to them. Now, being able to receive Lu Feng's acknowledgement was the happiest thing for Wang Gui. After all, he had seen Lu Feng's potential. He knew that in the future, Lu Feng would definitely be the person with the highest authority in the entire human race. His will was the will of the human race. Being acknowledged by him was equivalent to being acknowledged by the human race. All right, Fudu, let's go to the headquarters. There were still about 3 days before the start of the event. It was impossible for them to wait on the flying ship until the start of the event. Therefore, under Wang Gui's lead, more than 200 alchemists from the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild disembarked from the flying ship. They took out their own personal aircraft and followed behind Grandmaster Wang Gui, flying in a certain direction. Seeing these people, the idle existences around the teleportation array respectfully made a path for them. Those who could come here, other than alchemists, were those with a high status. They came here to buy elixirs or sell divine items. Naturally, these people didn't dare to offend alchemists. They also understood that those who dared to swagger across space and teleport to the medicine god territory definitely had a high status. Moreover, they had already seen the clothes worn by more than 200 people. More than 200 alchemists. This was something that no other faction could have. And to be able to bring out so many alchemists at once, it was likely that only the alchemist guilds at the pinnacle were able to do so. Then, they thought of the alchemist conference that was going to be held in a few days. Therefore, their identities were naturally clear. Therefore, after seeing these people, no matter how powerful they were, they consciously made a path for them. Chapter 372. More than 200 alchemists from the Wind God Territory acted as if they did not see anything and flew straight into the distance. Lu Feng, who was mixed in with the group, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He already knew that an alchemist's status was honorable, but he did not expect it to be so honorable. Lu Feng could vaguely guess that many of the people below were retreating and waving their hands. Some of them were deities. They were definitely great existences at the level of deities. Deities were incomparably great existences in any space-time, any era, and any region. They had already broken away from the category of mortals and had truly become a new kind of life. Such great existences, no matter what status they had to have the deepest respect. But here, when those great deities greeted them, the people from the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild acted as if they were air. They flew straight away and did not even look at them. One had to know that most of the alchemists in the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild were spiritual force masters or spiritual force masters. Compared to the deities, their strength was like heaven and earth, and the difference in power was endless. However, they could almost ignore the deities by relying on their status as alchemists. Lu Feng, in front of us, is the Alchemist Guild's main hall, which is the legendary true center of the Alchemist Alliance. In the Medicine God territory, there is no such thing as a lord. The most powerful ones who control all the rights and interests of the entire Medicine God territory are the Alchemist Alliance, the elders and deacons in the Alliance. Lu Feng nodded gently. In the Medicine God territory, the Alchemist Alliance was really too powerful. Their will was the only will they had. As long as they wanted to, no one would dare to interfere. Lu Feng, when we reach the Alliance Center, I will take you to accept the rank recognition of the Alliance head. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Recognition. Unless one was a level 5 alchemist grandmaster, an ordinary level 4 alchemist could be recognized in their respective alchemist guild. However, at this moment, Wangui said that he would take Lu Feng to the Alliance head's recognition. But soon, Lu Feng understood. A strange smile appeared on his lips. "All right, President. Don't worry. I'll do my best." He emphasized the words "perform well." Lu Feng knew why Wangui brought him here. The confirmation of this test was probably one of his true goals. Seeing that Lu Feng had guessed his intentions so quickly, Wangui smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Lu Feng and continued, "Lu Feng, you have the protection of the Sacred Clan's secret technique. As long as they don't meet you face to face, no one will be able to recognize you. No matter how big of a commotion you cause here, as long as the people of the major races don't know you personally come here, they absolutely won't be able to recognize you. So, you can rest assured and perform well." Lu Feng nodded and followed Wangui to the center of the Alliance. This is really big." Wangui said. "This is the Alliance Center? How terrifying. Compared to the Wind God region's Alchemist Guild Hall, it's so much bigger. I like this kind of place. This is an alchemist's paradise." Voices of discussion rang out one after another. Wangui didn't stop them when he heard this, because he knew that it was their first time meeting the Alliance Center. After all, the Alchemist Guild Hall was too big and luxurious. Glancing at Lu Feng, Grandmaster Wangui said, "This is the Alliance Center. The Alliance Center is the only building built by the Alchemist Guild. It can also be said to be the symbol of the Alchemist Guild. The building of the Alliance Center can be said to be one of the symbols of the foreign battlefields. Although it doesn't have much power, this building is the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. It is the real pinnacle building built by the Alchemist Guild." Lu Feng nodded his head gently. The building of the Alchemist Guild Hall was too big. It could be said that it was terrifying. In the Alliance, buildings with more than 1,000 floors were considered the pinnacle of buildings. The pinnacle buildings only had around 3,000 floors. However, the building of the Alchemist Guild Hall was definitely more than 10,000 floors tall. More than 10,000 floors tall, the area it occupied was indescribably vast. According to Lu Feng's estimation, the area of the Alliance Center was at least larger than the area of a super city. A super city was like Paradise City, where the Federal University was located. However, such a huge city was only the same size as the main building of the Alliance Center. This was simply too horrifying. Lu Feng took a deep breath and followed the crowd out of the flying device. They walked slowly towards the Alchemist Guild Hall. Flying devices were not allowed to appear in the building of the Alliance Center. Inside, even Alchemy's Saint Masters had to abide by this rule. However, although there were no flying devices, there was a moving track in the building. As long as one stood on it, their speed would be incomparably fast. It could be said that living in the building was like living in a real city. After sitting on the open-air staircase and passing through the stairs, the group of 200 people arrived in front of the main entrance. It was different from the cold and cheerless wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild Hall. There were a lot of people coming in and out of this place. There were people from all the pinnacle races, as well as first-rate races. There were even quite a number of low-level races that resembled humans and were more inclined towards the form of beasts. They had all come here to purchase medicinal pills or to sell precious divine items of the various heavens. These people who came in and out all had a common characteristic, and that was strength. They were all true powerhouses. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to come here. Lu Feng, the Alchemist Grand Assembly, will be held in a few days. This Alchemist Grand Assembly is not only a grand occasion for the alchemist world, but also the pinnacle existences of many races. Therefore, the number of people in Heavenly Medicine City these days is dozens or even hundreds of times more than usual. After hearing Wang Gui's explanation, Lu Feng understood. It turned out that there were so many people coming in and out of this place. Not all of them had business dealings with the Alchemist Guild. Many of them were probably here to watch this grand assembly that was held once in 100 years. The 200 people continued to walk forward. Everyone who bumped into them consciously opened up a path for them. Finally, these alchemists of Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild arrived in front of the main entrance of the Alchemist Guild Central Building. Looking at this incomparably terrifying, huge door, everyone took a deep breath, filled with an indescribable feeling of shock. When they were far away, they only felt the size of this door, but when they really got close, they felt the shock in their hearts. Just the width alone was dozens of kilometers, and the height was at least 1,000 meters. The entire door was decorated with countless divine items. It was bright and eye-catching and abnormally brilliant. Just when these 200-plus alchemists walked to the door, an existence in luxurious clothes slowly walked out. Lu Feng was able to sense that the man before him was a terrifyingly powerful being. He was at least a god-level psychic. On his body, he was wearing a robe that symbolized a 5th-grade alchemy master. A 5th-grade alchemy master of the god tier, and his age was not very old. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. When Lu Feng saw him walking towards them, he instantly understood what was going on. This person should have been specially sent by the Alchemist Guild to welcome them. Sure enough, when he walked in front of Grandmaster Wang Gui, he did not put on any airs. He directly lowered his head respectfully and said slowly in a respectful tone, "Grandmaster Wang Gui, welcome." Grandmaster was a title that only 7th-grade alchemists could have. There were countless living beings in the universe, and the number of 3rd-grade alchemists and above was definitely counted in the hundreds of thousands. However, among these alchemists, there were only 13 grandmasters. Not to mention other things, just this number alone was enough to show the nobility of a grandmaster. Grandmaster Wang Gui looked at this foreign race's alchemy master with a kind smile. "Bing Lai, I didn't expect that old thing to actually let you receive us this time." The man called Bing Lai smiled faintly, and there was an inexplicable aura that made people feel close to him. When he felt this aura, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with an extremely strange light. This kind of amiable aura, others might not understand, but he did. This was the aura of the Tao. Although this alchemy master called Bing Lai had not entered the Tao, Lu Feng understood that he was already very close to the Tao. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. According to his father, the Gulen Emperor had only been close to the Tao after reaching the peak of the true God realm. The Gulen Emperor had been one of the 5 emperors of the Golden Generation. He had been at the peak of the 5th-grade emperor realm, the Emperor of Massacre. This seemingly young person in front of him was a genius. He might even be an extremely monstrous genius. It was very likely that he was the king of Massacre, an existence at the 6th-grade emperor realm. "Grandmaster Wang Gui, I have followed Master since I was young. It has been more than 130 years since then. Some time ago, I finally became an alchemy master, so Master let me out. Since I have already been acknowledged by Master, it is only right for me to come out and help Master." Wang Wei nodded slightly, not saying anything. However, Lu Feng felt a kind of shock in his heart. More than 130 years. This Bing Lai was actually more than 130 years old. If he was a martialist, becoming a god at 130 years old was undoubtedly a very slow speed for an extremely monstrous genius like the King of Massacre. For example, Lu Feng's father, God Slayer Lu Tao, was only 60 years old. However, he had already reached the Sky God Realm. Although he had just set foot in the Sky God Realm, this already showed his cultivation speed. However, if he was a psychic master, it would be different. There were many heaven-defying, monstrous martialists who could become gods before the age of 30 in history. However, no psychic master had ever become a god before the age of 100. Only a few had become divine masters when they were over 100 years old. However, they had undoubtedly reached the end and become heavenly emperors of the heretic path. This Bing Lai probably had the potential of becoming a void emperor at the very least. Chapter 373. Bing Lai, let me introduce you. This is the newly certified Grade 3 Alchemist Futu of the Wind God Territory Alchemist Guild. Bing Lai turned his body and exposed Lu Feng to Bing Lai. The moment he saw Lu Feng, the man called Bing Lai also revealed a strange expression. It was a kind of slightly surprised and slightly confused expression. However, this expression quickly disappeared. He reached out his hand to Lu Feng and said, "Alchemist Futu, this is the first time I have seen such a young alchemist. Let me introduce myself. I am Ruo Bing Lai, the young master of the Ruo family of the Heavenly Light race." Lu Feng also reached out his hand and gently grasped that slender arm. At this moment, the doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. "So you are the young master of the Heavenly Light race. My name is Futu, and I am from the human race." The Heavenly Light race was one of the top races in the universe. The Ruo family was one of the royal families of the Heavenly Light race. It could be said that Ruo Bing Lai was already considered a prince of the Heavenly Light race. After hearing Lu Feng's introduction, Ruo Bing Lai's eyes flashed with a strange light. From this introduction, he understood that Lu Feng was hiding his identity. However, since Lu Feng did not want to say anything, he naturally could not force him to. After all, Lu Feng had come with Grandmaster Wang Gui and was valued by him. Brother Futu's talent is really terrifying. You're already a Grade 3 alchemist at such a young age. At this speed, you will definitely become an alchemy master like me before you become an alchemy master. Lu Feng was a psyche master, a great psyche master. He didn't hide this fact. He even deliberately exposed it. Thus, as a divine master, Ruo Bing Lai could easily tell. Lu Feng smiled slightly, but did not deny anything. Before he had come, both Wang Gui and Su Ling had specially told him that there was no need to be modest in the alchemy union. The path of alchemy was a place where strength was respected even more than martial artists and psychic masters. According to the Void Spirit Grandmaster, there were many Grade 6 and Grade 5 alchemists in the Alchemist Alliance who were older or more powerful than Void Spirit Grandmasters. However, when they saw Su Ling, they had to respectfully address him as Grandmaster or Your Highness. This was the hierarchy of alchemists. This time, they had brought Lu Feng Lai with them in order to forcefully proclaim the terror of the younger generation of the human race. Therefore, they could throw away their modesty if they could. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't deny it at all, Ruo Bing didn't have much difference. After all, the path of alchemy was not a place where one should be humble. Looks like this time, Brother Futu will be at the top of the younger generation competition. Let's create our own glory. The Grand Alchemist Gathering used to be a kind of exchange, but it was unknown when it started, but there were racial divisions, and this led to the emergence of competition. Naturally, the competition was a healthy one. It was mostly a competition. This competition was divided into two parts. It was a competition between the younger generation and those at the peak. Those below 100 years old were considered the younger generation. Those above 100 years old were considered veterans. It could be said that the competition between the peak represented the peak of alchemy strength of each race. As for the competition between the younger generation, it symbolized the future potential of a race. The human race had the Lu family's alchemy grandmaster. In terms of peak strength, no other power could compare to them. After all, there were three great alchemy grandmasters. The Alchemist Alliance's Alliance Head and Old Alliance Head had extremely mysterious origins. The only thing that could be confirmed was that they didn't belong to any race. Therefore, in terms of the true peak of alchemy, the human race, which had sage alchemy grandmasters, was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Although the Lu family's alchemy grandmaster had rarely appeared in recent years, and they had even lost the first place a few times, this didn't affect the human race's peerless status. However, what worried the human race the most was the younger generation. Compared to the outstanding new generation of the other races, the human race's cultivation of the younger generation was obviously much worse. There were almost no outstanding existences. It was also because of this that Su Ling and Wang Gui had insisted that Lu Feng come to show the strength of the human race's younger generation. Lu Feng heard Ruo Bing's praise and didn't remain silent this time. He smiled and shook his head gently. "Grandmaster, you must be joking. Fudu is just a newly promoted grade, 3 alchemist. It's really too difficult for him to win the youth competition. Although the grand competition of the younger generation was open to those under 100 years old, those geniuses had already reached the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. Lu Feng's performance was merely that of a 3rd-grade alchemist. It would not be easy for him to win with such strength. Ruo Bing's previous words were just a joke, so he didn't insist on saying anything about Lu Feng's modesty and denial. "All right, Grandmaster Wang Gui, please come in with the other alchemists of the Wind God territory. The Alliance has already arranged a place for you to rest. You can treat this place as if you were in your own hall. If you have any requests, just tell us, and we will do our best to fulfill them." After he said this, he asked Wang Gui again. After getting Wang Gui's approval, more than 200 people walked in directly. Lu Feng lifted his foot and was about to follow them when Wang Gui's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before he returned to normal. He knew that Wang Gui had used his immense mind power to transmit his voice to his ears. Lu Feng, Ruo Bing, is the disciple of an alchemy grandmaster in the Alchemist Alliance. Ruo Bing belongs to the Sky Light race, and his teacher also belongs to a small and weak race. Therefore, there's almost no competition with the other races. Therefore, they have always been in the Alchemist Alliance. Lu Feng nodded silently. Although the Skylight race was a top-notch race, this race was more peace-loving and got along well with the other major races. Therefore, Lu Feng believed Wang Gui's words. "After you go in, make arrangements for them, and I will take you directly to the assessment. In this youth competition, Grade 4 alchemists do not need to go through the preliminary rounds. Obtaining the qualifications of a Grade 4 alchemist can save you a lot of trouble." Lu Feng just listened. This was all arranged before he came here. Wang Gui was just repeating it. Therefore, Lu Feng did not feel the slightest bit strange. Soon, many alchemists walked on the moving track after entering the door. It had to be said that the moving track was the crystallization of technology. The speed was extremely fast, much faster than the exclusive flying devices. The exclusive flying devices of this group of alchemists were the real top-notch series. If they were faster than them, it would be really exaggerated. Moreover, what surprised Lu Feng the most was that the speed on the moving track was so fast, yet there was no feeling of discomfort. On the moving track, it was as if they were moving on a flat surface. This is the top-notch technology of the Sky Race, the floating space movement technology. It is one of their top-notch space-related technologies. If the Alchemist Alliance did not need it, I think the Sky Race would not have contributed it. Lu Feng naturally understood the value of this technology. If it was used in a real war, its effect would be incomparably terrifying. The Sky Race was one of the top-notch races in the universe. It was also the race with the most advanced technology. It could be said that technology was their foundation. Ruob Bing was right. If the Alchemist Alliance did not have the slightest desire for hegemony, they would not have contributed it even if they had a lot of money. Moving quickly, they soon arrived at an area that looked like a palace. At this time, Ruob Bing had already walked down. When they saw this scene, the alchemists of the Wind God territory also walked down the moving track. Ruob Bing pointed at the large room in front of him that could definitely be called a magnificent palace and said, "This is the place prepared for everyone to rest. For the next few days, including more than a month of the event, if you are willing, you can stay here. Of course, if there are other arrangements, then it is completely up to you." After saying this, he turned around and led these people into the tall room. Seeing the luxurious decorations inside, many of the alchemists of the Wind God territory were stunned again. Even Lu Feng couldn't help but twitch slightly. This was because the decorations here were really too luxurious. Lu Feng could see that many of the decorations here were divine items, and there were even 6th-grade divine items among them. One had to know that the price of a 6th-grade divine item in the foreign battlefield was at least 10 billion divine item points. If they wanted to decorate this place well, they were afraid that just one set would not be enough. Looking at these people's shocked expressions, Ruob Bing also revealed a trace of happiness. For Ruob Bing, although he was the young master of the Ruob clan of the Heavenly Light race, he grew up in the Alchemist Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance was more like his home. Therefore, when he saw that everyone was shocked by the Alchemist Alliance, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. "Everyone, is there anything you are dissatisfied with? If there is, feel free to say it." Many alchemists looked at each other and then gently shook their heads. This kind of treatment was already the best they had ever experienced. They really did not have any more extravagant requests or dissatisfaction. Seeing that no one had any more requests, Ruob Bing looked at Wang Gui. "Grandmaster Wang Gui, since everyone is satisfied, Ruob Bing will take his leave first. If there is anything you need, just contact Ruob Bing when the time comes." Wang Gui nodded gently and smiled. Then, Ruob Bing left the room and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the shocked members around him, Wang Gui did not blame them. This was because he knew that if this was the first time they had seen this, they would most likely be like this. After saying a few words to them, Wang Gui left with Lu Feng. Wang Gui was undoubtedly very familiar with the Alchemist Alliance Center. It could be said that when the main building of the Alliance Center had been built, Wang Gui had already known the layout of this place. Of course, he was not the only one. Su Ling and the other alchemy grandmasters were also the same. Therefore, after leaving the Alliance Center, Wang Gui directly led Lu Feng in a certain direction. The two of them walked on the moving track and quickly left their original place. On the moving track, the two of them spent more than 10 minutes before finally coming to a stop. At this time, Lu Feng had a deeper understanding of the Alliance Center. Finally, when the two of them came to a stop, they were already in a huge room. The rooms of the Alliance Center were incomparably huge. Lu Feng already knew this. However, the room in front of him was obviously even bigger and more terrifying. Chapter 374. The huge room that Lu Feng and Wang Gui were in had a height of at least 100 meters. Its area was close to the size of a public square. This was the largest room that Lu Feng had ever seen on his way here. It was more appropriate to call it a public square than a room. Walking down the moving track, Wang Gui smiled and said, "It's here." Lu Feng knew that this was the certification area of the Alliance Center. Lu Feng nodded slightly and followed closely behind Wang Gui. Then he walked in as well. Although the Alliance Center was at its busiest right now, this liveliness was relative to the outside world. Inside the Alliance Center, unless one was an alchemist or someone with a big deal, it was very difficult for anyone else to enter. Those who came to watch the show couldn't even get close. Therefore, this place was relatively deserted. After all, it was impossible for traders to enter this place. However, even though it was deserted, it was still much better than the Alchemist Guild in the Wind God territory. After all, there were many alchemists here. It was unknown if many people had the same thoughts as Wang Gui. At this moment, there were many people taking the test. When Wang Gui led Lu Feng in, everyone's attention was focused on them, regardless of whether they were in the middle of the assessment or had already completed it. There were more than 100 alchemists here. All of these people were at least Wang's psychic masters. Lu Feng could even sense dozens of god masters among them, or those who had surpassed god masters. There is no doubt that being the center of attention was a kind of glory. However, being stared at by these people was also a kind of danger. If it had been an ordinary spirit master, he would have collapsed under these people's gazes. However, Lu Feng didn't feel any different. After all, he was someone who had dared to resist the Chaos King. He was a young Taoist. Clearly, these people had seen through Lu Feng's strength. They were slightly surprised that he was able to withstand the gazes of so many super experts without the slightest bit of surprise. However, they were only slightly surprised. After a moment, all eyes were on Grandmaster Wang Gui, who was in front of Lu Feng. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Your Highness." All kinds of greetings rose and fell one after another in an endless stream. Grandmaster Wang Gui was a true Grandmaster. Although this was the Alchemist Alliance, and there were countless alchemists here, the number of people who could compare with Wang Gui could be counted on one's fingers. The only one who could suppress him was the Alliance Master, who had not shown himself for a long time. No one knew where he had run off to. Therefore, as long as the Alchemy Alliance's alliance head did not show himself, Wang Gui was the person with the highest status here. He gently waved his hand, indicating for them to continue. Just like that, Wang Gui walked towards one of the alien race beings. Looking at the clothes worn by that being, Lu Feng understood everything. That was the attire of a Grandmaster. In the outside world, no one dared to impersonate an alchemist, much less an alchemy Grandmaster. If this was the case in the outside world, then there was naturally no such person in the Alchemist Alliance. Therefore, if that existence was wearing the clothes of an alchemy Grandmaster, then he really was an alchemy Grandmaster. As expected, when Wang Gui walked in front of that person, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Gui stretched out his fist and smashed it fiercely into that person's chest. Wang Gui was a heavenly master, and he was even a high-level heavenly master. Although he wasn't good at fighting, the average virtual king would be instantly suppressed when they met him. As for psychic masters, even if they didn't specialize in cultivating their physical bodies, Wang Gui, who had already become a heavenly master, was not inferior to any demigod in terms of physical strength. Therefore, his punch was quite terrifying. However, although this punch seemed to be very powerful, it wasn't too fierce. Lu Feng realized that when this punch landed on that person's body, it only made him take a small step back. His clothes were not even messed up at all. Many alchemists wearing the attire of the Alchemist Alliance's Medicine God City saw the conflict between the two, but none of them stepped in to stop it. They all had kind smiles on their faces. After a while, the alchemy Grandmaster who took a step back also smiled. He pretended to rub the part of his chest that was heavily hit and said with a smile, "Wang Gui, you're still as violent as before." When Wang Gui heard this, he laughed but didn't say anything. "Gui, you old fart, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still haven't changed at all. The last time I came here, and the time before that, I remember you weren't here. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen each other in 350 years. 350 years. Hearing this, Lu Feng was slightly speechless. Up until now, he was only 18 years old. In fact, he was still a few months away from that age. However, these two people had not seen each other for 350 years. 350 years was an astronomical number for Lu Fenglai. Some time ago, I found the ruins of the alchemy civilization. Considering that there might be something inside, I brought a lot of followers there, who knew that it was just a tomb of the alchemy civilization's alchemy experts. We've been trapped inside for more than 300 years. It's only recently that we've finally broken the seal and returned. Hearing this, Wang Gui was clearly surprised. He looked at Gui and asked, Gui, I remember that among us, you're the one who likes to excavate ruins the most. How can you not tell the difference between a tomb and a ruin? In an instant, Gu Gui's expression became a bit awkward. After all, among the 13 alchemy grandmasters, he liked to excavate ruins the most. Usually, he would get a lot of benefits. Who would have thought that he would fail miserably this time? After a moment of silence, Gu Gui said, "Actually, this time, we were unlucky. The owner of that tomb should be an alchemy expert from the alchemy era. He should be at least at the 6th level of the king realm. However, he seemed to be very unwilling to die, so he set up such a tomb and made it look like a ruin. He wanted to attract some people here and borrow the bodies of those experts to fight Luin Hui. There was no need to explain the rest, because Wan Gue already understood. The alchemy era had ended. After countless eras, even if it opened again, he would not be able to be reborn because he had reached the end. No matter how peerless you are, you can't escape the fetters of fate. You can't escape the restrictions of heaven and earth. This was a kind of sorrow, the sorrow of an expert. They were invincible for an era, roaming the universe. They even dared to fight against the laws. However, they could not escape the vicissitudes of time. They would eventually grow old and die. All right, we haven't seen each other for 300 years. Let's not talk about these useless things. However, old ghost Wan Gue, did you come here to test this disciple of yours? Gu Gue finally saw Lu Feng behind Wan Gue. When he saw Lu Feng, a trace of shock flashed past his eyes. This disciple of yours is not bad. Very good, powerful, and truly terrifying. The way he addressed Gu Gue changed. In the beginning, he only said a few words out of courtesy, but after completely seeing through Lu Feng, the words that came out of Lonely Ghost's mouth were terrifying, because in his eyes, Lu Feng was truly terrifying. This is not my disciple. If I had such a disciple, I would be willing to die. These words were not wrong. At their level, their greatest wish was no longer to improve their alchemy skills, because they knew that their alchemy skills had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve, unless there was a great opportunity, there was no possibility. Therefore, all of their energy was focused on nurturing the next generation. Obviously, a disciple like Lu Feng was something they dreamed of having. Hearing Wan Gui's words, Gu Gue nodded his head in agreement. This time, he came here to bring his disciple here to be recognized. Of course, before Lu Feng appeared, he was very satisfied with his disciple. However, after Lu Feng appeared, he was really embarrassed to say anything. Fortunately, Lu Feng was not Wan Gui's disciple. This was good news for him. All right, I won't talk to you for now. I will go in and test Fuda first. After saying this, Wan Gue directly walked into a small room inside. However, before he could take a step forward, Gu Gue beside him suddenly pulled him back. A strange expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, Wan Gui's face showed a trace of confusion. Gu Gue chuckled and slowly said, "You can't use it right now because someone else is using it." Someone is using it? Who? Gu Gue gently curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Who else can it be? Isn't it the dead guy we hate the most?" Hearing this, Lu Feng also knew that the person who was being tested should be a grandmaster. Lu Feng did not expect to meet 3 grandmasters just by coming here for the test. This was undoubtedly an incredible thing. It's Yuan Ling. Hearing this name, Lu Feng was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. There was also a strange expression on his face. This Yuan Ling was indeed a grandmaster of alchemy. However, this grandmaster of alchemy was the same as Wan Gue Su Ling. They both had a clan. Moreover, between his clan and the human race, there was a real hostile relationship. Yuan Ling was the 7th grade grandmaster of Nether Clan. So it's this dead guy. Since he went in first, then let's wait for him to come out. The corner of his mouth, there was a trace of a sneer. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng could also guess that the relationship between Grandmaster Yuan Ling and Grandmaster Wan Gue was definitely not good. Sure enough, Wan Gue turned and walked to Lu Feng's side. He did not hide his voice at all and said almost loudly, "Futu, during the test, Try your best to succeed in one try. Let those people see if our human race is truly powerless. Chapter 375. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly understood. Previously, he heard Wang Gui say that many races doubted that the human race would have a younger generation. And now, it seemed that this nether race's Yuan Ling was one of them. Nodding lightly, with a confident smile, Lu Feng slowly said, "President, don't worry. This time I won't fail." Because of the existence of the pill scripture, Lu Feng's success rate of refining pills was terrifyingly high. Now, after those days of accumulation, his refining had reached a new height. Although he couldn't refine a 5th-grade pill now, Lu Feng had no problem refining a 4th-grade pill. It could be said that it was a piece of cake. Therefore, this test was not difficult for him at all. The few of them stood outside and waited quietly, and Gu Gui was constantly sizing up Lu Feng. It wasn't until Lu Feng felt his hair stand on end that he finally stopped. "I say, Wang Gui, where did you find this member? I heard that in the last test, you and those old farts were arguing about the human race's potential. I didn't expect you to move so quickly and directly get such a monster here after one test. Aren't you just slapping them in the face?" Wang Gui laughed and didn't hide it at all. "That's right, I want to slap those old farts in the face. Do they really think that the human race's path of alchemy is over? What a joke! Whether it is the peak strength of the human race or the potential of the younger generation, it is not something they can compare to. In the older generation, there was only one Saint Path alchemist in the camp. And in the new generation, there was Lu Feng's strong rise. Indeed, the human race didn't need to be too concerned." Gu Gui nodded his head gently. "I've been back for more than 20 years. But until now, why haven't I heard of such a monster in alchemy? You brought him here this time to accept a 3rd-grade alchemist test, right? An existence who is less than 20 years old and is only a spirit master has become a 3rd-grade alchemist. This is the first time I've seen such a monster." Wang Gui didn't say anything, only smiled. This smile puzzled Lonely Ghost. "Old Ghost, don't ask about this. What was Futu's identity? You don't have to ask about it. Knowing too much won't do you any good." Hearing Wang Gui's words, a strange look appeared in Lonely Ghost's eyes. What was his identity? He was an alchemy grandmaster. In the entire universe, his status was incomparably noble, and he had countless followers. His existence alone could be considered a small force. Wang Gui knew about this, but he still said those words. This proved that this person called Futu was not simple. The atmosphere became slightly silent. Gu Gui just continued to look at Lu Feng strangely, but he no longer asked anything. Gu Gui knew his friend very well. Since he said not to ask, then she really couldn't ask anymore. This wait lasted for an hour. After calculating the time, a cold smile appeared on Wang Gui's face. "Old Ghost, Yuan Ling brought a few disciples to take the test." Lonely Ghost was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. A smile appeared on his face. It was a smile full of schadenfreude. "Only one, to take the Grade 4 Alchemy Master Test. Moreover, he has been in for more than 5 hours." At this moment, Wang Gui and Lonely Ghost looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In the beginning, Lu Feng was a little puzzled. However, he soon understood. Only one disciple, and he has been in for more than 5 hours. In that case, his test might not be very smooth. After all, if it went smoothly, the Grade 4 Alchemy Master Test should be completed in 4 hours. The Grade 4 Alchemy Master Test was to refine 5 types of pills. At normal speed, even if the 5 types of pills were slow, it could be completed in 4 hours. However, Grandmaster Yuan Ling has been in for 5 hours. This meant that the test wasn't going to be as smooth as it seemed. Time slowly passed. Finally, when the 6th hour came, the door of the room specially used for the test opened. Looking at the few people slowly walking out of the room, Wang Gui and Lonely Ghost's face showed a trace of disdain. Following their gaze, Lu Feng saw a few old people. With a glance, he understood that the old alchemy master should be the Grandmaster Yuan Ling that the 2 Grandmasters mentioned. although there were a few old people. However, there was only one of them who was from the Nether race. And that person was the Nether race's Grandmaster, Yuanling. Congratulations, Grandmaster Yuanling. This is your third disciple. I didn't expect him to be a grade 4 alchemy master at such a young age. It seems that he is very likely to break through the shackles of a grade 5 alchemy master when he is a god-tier master. It was already very heaven-defying for a god-tier master to become an alchemy master. After all, there was a terrifying gap between a grade 5 alchemy master and a grade 4 alchemy master. It was not a gap that could be crossed just because one wanted to. Therefore, to be able to become an alchemy master at the god-tier master level was already a monstrous existence. Yuanling's disciple was qualified to become an alchemy master at the god-tier master level, which already proved his potential. A group of people slowly walked over. When Yuanling finished talking with the Alchemist Alliance's grade 5 and grade 6 grandmasters, he finally saw Wang Gui and Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng could clearly feel the coldness and mockery in Yuanling's eyes. Lu Feng didn't say anything because he didn't have the right to interrupt. Wang Gui and Lonely Ghost also did not speak. They just coldly looked at Grandmaster Yuanling, who was walking towards them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be stagnant. All the alchemy masters focused their attention on him. For them, an alchemy master was not inferior to a god in the eyes of mortals. In the entire universe, there were only 13 alchemy masters. However, there were already 3 of them here. Without a doubt, such a scene was very exciting. Finally, after what seemed like a long time, Yuanling came in front of Wang Gui. A cold sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. So, it's the president of Wind God Territory's Alchemy Master Guild, Grandmaster Wang Gui. Why? Are you here to take your disciple to take the test this time? After saying this, Yuanling looked at Lu Feng. However, after a few glances, he revealed a strange expression. I was wondering, so they found a monstrous genius to come over. Lonely Ghost could see through Lu Feng's performance, so naturally, Yuanling could also see through it. Yuanling's words attracted the attention of the alchemy masters who were taking the test. They looked at Lu Feng, who had a calm expression on his face, and all of them revealed a trace of astonishment. The peak of the Great Psyche Master level is actually a Grade 3 Psyche Master. Which family does this existence belong to? It's actually so terrifying. A few alchemy masters couldn't help but discuss. A Grade 3 alchemy master was nothing. However, the significance of a Grade 3 alchemy master at the Great Psyche Master level was too great. According to this speed, with Lu Feng's performance, he might even become an alchemy master at the level of a Psyche Master. Of course, this was only the most perfect idea of everyone. No matter what, since they thought about it, it meant that Lu Feng had such potential. This was already enough. Previously, Yuanling's disciple had the potential to become an alchemy master, which had already shocked many alchemy masters. Now, there was actually an existence who might become a master before the Wind God. Naturally, it made them even more speechless. A few days ago, I heard that the peerless genius of the Lu family who had set off endless storms didn't die. He even appeared in the foreign battlefield and fought with the crown prince of the heavenly Dao realm, who was at the peak of the 7th level, opening the prelude to the War of the Kings. And this caused countless monsters to awaken and gather in the foreign battlefield. I originally thought that this would be the world of martial artists and psyche masters. But I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in my alchemy path. It seems that in this chaotic world, my alchemy path has also released its brilliance. The significance of being able to become an alchemy master before becoming a divine master was too terrifying. This meant that Lu Feng had the potential to become a grade 8 alchemy master. Without a doubt, this kind of potential was enough to shock the world. After all, there were only 3 alchemy masters in the world. With one more, the significance was simply too great. When he heard the grade 6 alchemy master's words, Wang Gui smiled faintly, full of a strange taste. These people would never know how terrifying Lu Feng was. They would never know that the existence that had caused this endless storm and burned the alchemy path was the same person. With a slightly arrogant expression, Wang Gui glanced sideways at Grandmaster Yuan Ling. Our human race has never lacked monsters. Whether it is the path of martial arts or the path of alchemy, the foundation of the human race is not something that those second-rate races can imagine. Although these words were not clearly said, everyone knew who Wang Gui was targeting. During the previous alchemy master gathering, Yuan Ling had once mocked that the human race would definitely fall from the boundary of the peak race in the future and become a second-rate or the third-rate race. But now, Wang Gui returned these words to Yuan Ling. Although he did not say it clearly, the meaning in his words was very obvious. Hearing this, Yuan Ling's expression was incomparably gloomy. However, he did not say anything. Because the aptitude that Lu Feng displayed was indeed terrifying, he had nothing to say. After giving Wang Gui one last fierce look, Yuan Ling directly walked past and left without looking back. Gu Gui looked at Yuan Ling's angry appearance, and a satisfied smile hung on his face. Seeing that Yuan Ling was about to leave, he suddenly shouted, "Old man, why are you in a hurry to leave? Don't you want to stay and see if this human junior can really pass the test? Aren't you worried that Wang Gui is deliberately tricking you?" Chapter 376. Yuan Ling's footsteps didn't stop at all. The moment his voice fell, he had already disappeared. In fact, everyone understood that lonely ghost words were just to anger Yuan Ling. After all, Lu Feng was now wearing a third-grade alchemist robe. Although the third-grade alchemist could be recognized in the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Hall. However, these people understood that the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Hall would never recognize someone so casually. This person called Futu must have the ability to become an alchemist. Wang Gui looked at the alchemist and smiled slightly. He regained the appearance of an elder. Well, those annoying people have left. Now we can start the assessment. Hearing Wang Gui's words, the alchemist nodded respectfully. Wang Gui and Yuan Ling were both 7th-grade alchemists. Moreover, they didn't belong to the Alchemist Alliance. They were alchemists of a certain race. Therefore, in the eyes and hearts of these alchemists, there wasn't much difference between them. "Your Majesty, please come in." After saying this, a Tier 5 alchemy grandmaster respectfully stepped aside to make a path. Wang Gui didn't hesitate. He gestured to Lu Feng slightly and walked directly inside. "Old Ghost, if your disciple is here, then let's go in together. Anyway, we don't have to treat each other as outsiders." Looking at Lonely Ghost beside him, Wang Gui smiled slightly and said, "Just now, the two already knew that Lonely Ghost's disciple hadn't arrived yet. This alchemist just came in advance to take a look at the venue." Hearing this, Lonely Ghost smiled slightly and said, "You guys go in first. My disciple probably won't come for a long time. He probably won't be here after you finish the assessment." Wang Gui nodded slightly. Lonely Ghost's disciple probably didn't expect that Lonely Ghost would come for this assessment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not appeared so late. After saying this to Lu Feng, Wang Gui directly led Lu Feng into the small room. Together with them, there were 7 alchemists. Looking at the layout of the room, Lu Feng didn't have any strange expression. Although this was his first time taking the test, Wang Gui had already described everything to him. The 7 examiners were all present. Looking at the crowd, Wang Gui frowned and slowly asked, "I remember that it was only during the master's assessment that so many people gathered here. Why are there so many examiners this time?" For most rank 3 and rank 4 assessments, 1 master was enough. But this time, there were a total of 7 people who appeared here. Furthermore, all 7 of them were grandmaster-level existences. With such a lineup, it was more than enough to take the master's examination. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, one of the 2 grade 6 alchemy masters spoke. "Your Majesty, this is a rule set by the 4 Majesty Grandmasters of the Alliance. They requested that during the alchemy conference, all the tests must be carried out according to the strictest requirements. That's why there are so many people this time. Wang Gui nodded gently. He also understood. During this alchemy conference, there were definitely many people who had the same idea as him. They all wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. If there was only one examiner, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. If there was such a lineup, then it would be much more reliable. In that case, let's begin. Several people nodded gently and then looked at Lu Feng. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng also understood that it was time for him to perform. However, just as he was about to start, Wang Gui suddenly spoke again. In a while, no matter what you see, don't tell anyone, remember? Of course, if it's the Grand Masters of the Alliance who ask, it doesn't matter. As for the others, you have to keep a secret. Do you all understand? At the end, his voice carried an incomparably solemn tone. Hearing this, many alchemy masters were slightly stunned, and a cautious look appeared on their faces. Although they didn't know the reason, since it was Wang Gui's request, they naturally had to comply. Everyone nodded their heads heavily. Looking at this scene, Wang Gui smiled in satisfaction. Okay, we can continue. After saying this, he walked to the side and made space for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath when he sensed the gazes of the people around him converging on him. Finally, he began to move slowly. His mental strength surged out and formed a small magic array in the void. After a while, the array was completed. As the light in Lu Feng's eyes shone, all sorts of medicinal herbs flew out of the array. Without exception, these medicinal herbs were all grade 4 pills. This was Lu Feng's personal space. Only after reaching the level of Tao God could a warrior forcefully use his divine power to shatter the void and create his own personal space. Psychic masters were different. As long as they reached the level of psychic master, they could release their mental power and connect to their own personal space. Of course, this space wouldn't be very big, and it had to be a ready-made space. This was nothing to Lu Fenglai. He didn't have many things to bring with him. In addition, there were real terrifying experts around him. They were all almighty existences, so a space was really nothing. Previously, when Lu Feng just became a psychic master, he didn't condense it because the conditions didn't allow it. However, after meeting Third Grandpa Lu Shaoran some time ago, Lu Feng didn't have these worries. Therefore, in the previous days, in addition to practicing alchemy, Lu Feng used it to familiarize himself with this personal space. This time, Lu Feng naturally wouldn't come in without anything like the first time. In order to let Lu Feng be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, Wang Gui also gave him a lot of benefits. Wang Gui also gave Lu Feng a lot of 4th grade divine items. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't feel any heartache when using them. In front of him, dozens of divine items were slowly piled up, and these divine items were all grade 4. Lu Feng looked up and saw that the eyes of those alchemists were full of strange colors. With a little confusion, Lu Feng began to release his mental power. When they saw that Lu Feng was really going to use these grade 4 divine items to refine pills, the 7 alchemy masters around him took a deep breath. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Previously, when Lu Feng took out the first grade 4 divine item, they had been a little confused. After all, grade 4 divine items were used to refine grade 4 pills. In their eyes, Lu Feng had only come here to continue the assessment as a grade 3 alchemist. He needed the identity of a grade 3 alchemist confirmed by the Alchemy Masters Alliance. When they saw that the first divine item Lu Feng took out was a grade 4 divine item, they just thought that it was Lu Feng's mistake. However, when Lu Feng took out dozens of grade 4 divine items one after another, these people suddenly realized something. They all saw the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, these people finally understood why Wang Gui had asked them to keep it a secret. The external aspect of mental power was completed in an instant. Lu Feng had already used this supreme immortal technique dozens of times. At this moment, his control over the materialization of his mental power had reached an incredible level. He was countless times stronger than other telekinesis grandmasters of the same level. Therefore, everything was done with great ease. In an instant, the 4 Grade 4 divine items flew up and arrived in front of Lu Feng. At this moment, a terrifying radiance appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Countless streams of mind power surged and rushed into these divine objects in an instant. Grade 4 pills did not require any alchemy recipes. Like Grade 3 pills, they needed to extract the essence of the substance. According to one's understanding of medicinal properties, they needed to be forcibly molded into a new substance. This new substance would be an alchemy pill. However, even if there was no need for alchemy recipes, Lu Feng's appearance still shocked these masters once again. Back when they were still Tier 4 pill masters, when they were refining Tier 4 pills, they would condense the essence of each pill one by one. If one wanted to refine so many pills at once like Lu Feng, the mental power required was simply shocking. Of course, the amount of control required was also unimaginable. However, this was really nothing to Lu Fenglai. Before he came, Wang Gui had specifically asked Lu Feng not to hold back too much. Besides keeping some trump card to show in the competition, he had to take out everything else. He had to be extremely high profile, so that those who doubted the existence of the human race would all shut up. Therefore, Lu Feng did not deliberately suppress anything. He brought out all his usual alchemy habits. If an ordinary Grade 4 alchemy master were to refine the essence of 4 kinds of Grade 4 divine objects, it would take at least 10 minutes. However, for Lu Fenglai, it would only take 4 to 5 minutes to extract the essence of these objects. Of course, these 4 to 5 minutes were under the condition that the 4 kinds were refined together. 5 minutes later, the 4 kinds of essence were quietly suspended in midair. They were all condensed and refined by Lu Feng's mental power to form an array. Seeing this scene, the corners of many alchemy masters' mouths twitched slightly. What would take others nearly an hour to do, Lu Feng could do in just 5 minutes. This speed was more than 10 times faster than others. This is a monster that belongs to our alchemy world. He is the strongest monster that is comparable to the Emperor, who has been making a lot of noise recently. If he can really become a Grade 4 alchemy master when he is only a telekinesis grandmaster, then he might even have the possibility of breaking through to the legendary realm. These people were all alchemy masters. Their knowledge of alchemy was far from Lu Feng's. They naturally understood the significance of what Lu Feng had shown. Therefore, at this moment, they were surprised, shocked, and even horrified to the extent that they were now. Don't say any more. Let's see if he can really refine it successfully. Another Grade 6 alchemy master said, causing these people to stop talking. After a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Feng. In the air, the 4 groups of refined essence were suspended quietly. Lu Feng did not stay still for too long. In the 6th minute, he made countless mysterious seals. Just as he made the seals, a large amount of mental strength was released again. From a void, he began to outline the complex array pattern. The moment they saw Lu Feng make the seals, everyone's faces changed fiercely. Several Grade 5 alchemy masters could not help but whisper, "Seals! Seals!" That was a power that could only be used when refining Grade 5 pills. It could be said that after using the seals, the success rate of refining was more than twice as high as usual. Of course, the comprehension of the seals was quite difficult. Even among the Grade 5 alchemy masters, not all of them had comprehended the seals. But at this moment, they saw the seals blooming in the hands of a telekinesis grandmaster, and he was so skilled. How could these Grade 5 alchemy masters accept this? Finally, the essence suspended in the void was drawn by Lu Feng's mental strength and began to slowly be sent into the most central array. At this time, the speed of Lu Feng's seals had reached a kind of limit. Countless mental strength burst forth powerfully and began to constantly construct a variety of complex array patterns. After a moment, the essence wrapped in the array was constantly fusing, and fusing. At the last moment, Lu Feng's handprint was completely completed. After the handprint was formed, The mental power that was affected was forged into a power that seemed to be able to change everything. All of the mental power was absorbed into the mass of elite martialists that had formed a mixture. In fact, at this step, the refining was considered complete. Grade 5 pills and below did not have a specific shape. As long as the essence martial artists could fuse together, it would be considered an official success. However, seeing that the pill in the air did not have any shape, Lu Feng finally made a move. The newly formed essence reshaped and finally formed the appearance of a real pill. Chapter 377. Looking at the time, the alchemy masters were all speechless. From a moment Lu Feng took out the grade 4 divine item to the moment it took shape, he had spent a total of 7 minutes. Moreover, at the last moment, Lu Feng even spent nearly a minute on a useless finalization. It could be said that Lu Feng had only spent 6 minutes from the start to the end. This kind of speed left all the alchemy grandmasters who were watching at this moment shocked and speechless. Seeing this scene, Wang Gui couldn't help but smile proudly. Originally, as an alchemy grandmaster and a heavenly master expert, this kind of situation shouldn't have happened. However, when he saw the expressions on these people's faces, he couldn't help but reveal such an expression. I wonder how this human junior from the Wind God Psychic Master Hall is doing? Is his first grade 4 pill qualified? When Wang Gui said the words human junior, his tone was very heavy. These people naturally understood the reason, but they couldn't say anything. After all, this involved the battle between the peak races. Looking at the elixir in Lu Feng's hand, the few of them nodded with an extremely ugly expression. Although they didn't hold the pill that Lu Feng had refined in their hands, as alchemy masters, they could naturally distinguish the aura of this pill. These pills weren't of inferior quality, nor were they of perfect quality. They were of the highest quality, perfect quality. It wasn't difficult to refine a grade 4 pill of perfect quality. Any grade 5 alchemy master could succeed easily. However, the person in front of them was only a grade 4 alchemy master. It was undoubtedly very difficult for a grade 4 alchemy master to refine a grade 4 pill of perfect quality. Furthermore, Lu Feng looked like he hadn't done his best at all. This made many alchemy masters feel even more shocked. No one answered Wang Gui. After a long time, a grade 6 alchemy master and a few people around him seemed to have some opinions. Finally, he walked out slowly. After glancing at Lu Feng, he said to Wang Gui, "Your Majesty, I think the assessment is no longer necessary. Becoming a grade 4 alchemy master isn't difficult for Fudu at all. Therefore, he has passed the test this time." Lu Feng's performance was already very obvious. He definitely had the strength of a grade 4 alchemy master. This was probably just a formality. He wanted to ruthlessly slap the faces of those who looked down on the human race. Lu Feng didn't feel anything strange about these people ending the assessment early. He just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This time, it was Wang Gui who made Lu Feng a little speechless. Wang Gui's previous image of an elder was completely gone. Wang Gui's slightly impudent smile made him look like a child. However, after seeing Wang Gui's behavior, Lu saw him. After all, in the era when the Saint Dao alchemists of the human clan were hidden and void spirit grandmasters didn't show up, Wang Gui was the representative of the human clan. All the pain the human race had suffered was borne by Wang Gui's. Wang Gui really had too many burdens on his shoulders. Therefore, Lu Feng understood his impudence at this moment. After a long time, the slightly impudent smile finally stopped. Wang Gui slowly glanced around. After glancing at the many alchemy masters, he directly turned around and walked out with Lu Feng. Who exactly is this Fudu? He is too terrifying. Seeing the two disappear, the 7 alchemy masters were abnormally silent. After a long time, a grade 5 alchemy master let out a long sigh and said slowly, "Many existences were abnormally silent. This was because they didn't know Lu Feng's true identity. Futu. It seems to be a fictitious name. He should be hiding his identity. Moreover, with our strength, we can't see his true cultivation level. The alchemy masters here were at least grade 5 alchemy masters. Psyche masters were existences that were at least sage masters. Apart from their identity as alchemy masters, they were already powerful existences in the outside world. They were used to their identity as alchemy masters. They didn't have the aura of an expert. They were even as peaceful as some great psyche masters. This is a mysterious psyche master. Perhaps we were all shocked by his shocking aptitude on the path of alchemy and neglected his path as a psyche master. You should have noticed that this Futu's mental strength is incomparably huge. It can be described as inconceivable. I'm afraid that even a spiritual psyche master can't compare to him. A peak psyche master under the age of 20. This in itself is a monstrous existence, coupled with his terrifying mental strength. I'm afraid this young man is also a heaven-defying existence on the path of psyche masters. Hearing the grade 6 alchemy master's words, everyone was shocked awake. Indeed, they only noticed Lu Feng's talent on the path of alchemy and forgot his terrifying aptitude on the path of psyche masters. The human race is really going to be completely powerful in this era. They're going to defy the heavens. First, the god-slaying Lu Tao shocked the starry sky. He suppressed the younger generation until they trembled in fear. Finally, he changed his fate and became the first monstrous existence at the peak of grade 7 monarch realm. Then, his son, Emperor Lu Feng, appeared out of nowhere. He started the War of the Monarchs and suppressed the crown prince of the heavenly Tao. Now, there's such a monstrous psychic aptitude. Futu on the path of alchemy is even more unbelievable. It seems that the human race is going to revive the prosperity of the human monarch era. This is really not a joke. The few alchemy masters were speechless. Finally, they took a deep look at the direction where Lu Feng and Wang Gui left. Their expressions were strange. Looking at Wang Gui and Lu Feng who walked out, Gu Gui walked up. His expression was full of strange emotions. Only less than 10 minutes had passed since the two of them went in. In such a short time, they probably just finished preparing. But Lu Feng and Wang Gui had already come out. If it was someone else, Gu Gui would treat it as their failure. But the two who went in were Wang Gui. As for the other one, he was a terrifying, monstrous existence. There was no reason for these two to fail. And when the two of them came out, they didn't look like they returned disappointed. This caused Gu Gui to have doubts. After hesitating for a moment, he walked up and asked, "Why did you come out so quickly?" Wang Gui laughed and said, "They saw that Futu is overflowing with talent. He's the hope of the future of alchemy. So, they didn't take the test." Futu passed. Hearing this, Gu Gui's mouth twitched. He wouldn't believe this no matter what. Seeing Wang Gui laughing there, Gu Gui knew that he couldn't get anything out of him. He didn't ask anything. He just waited for the alchemy masters to come out and explain to him. A minute later, the 7 alchemy masters walked out of the room. Seeing them, Gu Gui didn't hesitate. With a step, he instantly arrived in front of the 7 of them. Gu Gui's strength was a peak heavenly master, 1 level stronger than Wang Gui's high-level heavenly master. This was the same level as Lu Feng's teacher, Dao Song Tian, before he broke through. Therefore, no one was able to grasp his movements. "You guys, why did you let Futu pass the test so quickly? Was he affected by some external force?" Gu Gui didn't have any taboos and directly said it out loud. After saying that, he glanced at Wang Gui, as if telling him not to say anything. Wang Gui shrugged, and a naughty expression appeared on his old face. Seeing this scene, Gu Gui snorted in annoyance and looked at the 7 alchemy masters. The 7 alchemy masters stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. They were also helpless against the temper of these alchemy masters. Sometimes, these people were no different from children when they made a fuss. Moreover, they didn't care about the situation at all. However, their status was there after all. They really couldn't offend them. They couldn't offend them. Therefore, most of the time, they were quite helpless when facing these alchemy masters. After hesitating for a moment, the 6th grade alchemy master finally walked to the front and said, It's like this, Your Highness Gugue. Futu's talent is astonishing on the path of a psychic master. He is a rare monster in the path of alchemy. Moreover, he has already passed the test in the Wind God Territory's Alchemist Guild. We believe that Your Highness Wanga won't bend the law for personal gain, so we directly passed. This was the only excuse that the 6th grade alchemy master could think of. They had already promised Wangue that they wouldn't say it, so these people naturally couldn't casually say it. After all, if they offended Wangue, then they would really be unlucky. However, hearing this, Gugue's expression really looked as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Wangue's loud laughter sounded from behind. Old Gue, I'm right. They saw Futu's talent and directly said that Futu passed the test. Hearing this, Gugue suddenly jumped up and angrily came in front of Wangue. His expression was incomparably fierce as he said, "Speak, what's going on? Don't use these lousy reasons to fool me." Seeing that Gugue was really anxious, Wangue quickly calmed Gugue down. It wasn't that Lu Feng's matter couldn't be said, because when the competition started, Lu Feng would definitely reveal everything. Wangue asked these people to keep it a secret just to ruthlessly slap the faces of those alchemy masters during the competition. However, this Gugue was his old friend for thousands of years. Naturally, it was fine to tell him in advance. Okay, old Gue, it's like this. He reached out and set up a space so that the conversation between them wouldn't be heard by anyone. 10 minutes later, the two reappeared in front of everyone from the space, but their expressions weren't what they should be. Wangue still had a smug expression on his face, while Gugue's face was filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost. After walking out of the space, Gugue directly came in front of Lu Feng. After a long time, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said with some difficulty, "As expected, your talent on the path of a psychic master is astonishing. You are a rare existence in the path of alchemy. Letting you pass is also something that should be." This was already the 3rd time this sentence was repeated. However, this time, when it came from Gugue's mouth, it felt strange no matter how one looked at it. When Wangue heard this, he laughed out loud. Gugue directly waved his hand when he saw this scene. Go. Hurry up and leave this place for me. Seeing you annoys me. After my disciple's test is over, I will look for you to exchange pointers properly. Let's see if you haven't made any progress in more than 300 years. Hearing this, Wangue didn't continue to provoke Gugue. Instead, he directly left with Lu Feng. However, before he left, he also told Gugue his location so that he wouldn't have to look for him himself. After this test, Wangue let Lu Feng do whatever he wanted. After all, it was impossible for Lu Feng to stay put obediently in a place like Medicine Divine City. Furthermore, he knew that Lu Feng was going out to meet up with Lu Xiaoran and the others. After bidding farewell to Wangue, Lu Feng directly used the moving track to head towards the main entrance. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.